it on normal latency. Damn it. I'm like paranoid, chat. There's like, I have the option to put chat on either normal latency, low latency, or ultra low latency. And I have this paranoia that ultra low latency means more technical difficulties, which sucks because I wasn't able to get these, I wasn't able to insert the RAM sticks. Somehow there's not enough room in my computer to insert the, I don't know who the fuck, like, put the fan onto the motherboard the way that they put it on, but it makes it really hard to get more, to replace the RAM. And definitely anything that has like a heat sink like this, it just doesn't work, right? That's a heat sink. It makes the RAM thing wider and taller, and somehow there's just not enough room, which sucks. It majorly fucking sucks, but I think we're all good to go, aren't we? I believe so. I'm just missing a few button presses, aren't I? Let's press the button here. Let's press the button here. And let's press the button here. Look at that. Look at that. I'm actually right. Yeah, this was a problem before. There was a problem with having me be centered where I'm supposed to be when I am in this screen, and I fixed it. Look, I get some of the technical difficulties fixed. I got some of them fixed. I do the best I can, chat, with what time I have, but like I never feel like I get enough done. So what we have here is the night of the DNC, the night of the Kamalaning, the Kamala Nation. Welcome to Kamala Nation, right? It's just like Chud. It's just like Chud logic, except she doesn't call you the R slur. She doesn't call you the Chud logic word, since she's Kamala and not Chud logic. But yeah, the night of the Kamala Nation, somebody was feeling a little bit ignored. Somebody was feeling a little bit angry. Somebody was all up in his feelings. And somebody wanted a goddamn platform to be able to talk to his people. And he found it. He found it by calling into Fox News. So let's take a look here. You know what I might have to do? I'm so paranoid. This is the Donald J. Trump YouTube channel. And I'm so paranoid they're going to like try to F me. I got delay, I got... I can't do it. I can't do it. I didn't... Oh my god, I'm so pissed. Okay, chat, hopefully the stream doesn't go down. Buckle up, buttercups, because it's going to be a bumpy ride if we get copyright claimed by DJT himself. I need a filter. I need like a filter, a desktop filter that changes the sound and that makes it so that this doesn't sound like just the regular. I mean, this is like a little bit of protection, maybe. Probably not. Probably not actually. Probably doesn't do shit for me. But it makes me feel better. Makes me feel safer. All right, let's have a go at this. Let's take a look. Let's do this.
Mr. President, thank you for joining us. You were truth socialing along this speech. What is your first reaction to it real time tonight?
Well, the biggest reaction is, why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything, but she didn't do any of it.
She's the vice president. She can vote in the Senate if it's tied. That's her official role. That's the limit of it. That's what she can unilaterally do, all right? The other thing that she can do is she can talk to Joe Biden, but that doesn't mean that she's not pulling the levers.
Could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight.
Is truth socialing a verb? It is now.
By leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border.
Again, Biden passed an executive order too. Like, what the fuck is his point?
And created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now.
I don't know. I feel like he doesn't care. I feel like he's lying, but it's like he knows that he gets away with it. Like, even when he accuses Kamala of lying, which he did recently, right? He said, then he follows it up with lots of people lie. And I'm like, yeah, like you, like you all the time, right? But is this a lie that he can get away with? Because it's like, it encourages like sort of lazy thinking of like, oh yeah, she's the vice president. She could do that. That's right. That's what the vice president does, is decides policy unilaterally. Come on.
She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that because she talks, but she doesn't do. It's no action. But, you know, look, other than that, it was a nice-looking room.
Mr. President, Martha McCallum here.
It was a nice looking room. Look, I will say that the Republicans seem to have spent more money on the on their setup, right? This just looks like this literally does look like a stadium that's like got like a, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Like a DNC overlay on it. Whereas the Republicans, like, they transformed their Milwaukee arena into something else. I think mainly to hide the empty seats, right? I think that was a lot of what that was doing. What that was serving is that, like, there was a part of the audience you could not see. And the Democratic National Convention seems to be really maxed out. Now, I'm hearing something weird from Shorts chat. Is it still weird? Shorts chatters? I don't recall him talking about most of the topics he's bringing up. I mean, he hasn't complained about it in the context of the DNC before, but he has, you know, implied that she could unilaterally decide policy, which of course she can't, any more than Mike Pence could unilaterally tell Trump to stand down and tell his people to go home on January 6th, right? Remember, Mike Pence got hunted. They were saying hang Mike Pence, and they had brought an actual working gallows to do it. So no, the vice president, as Trump made famously abundantly clear, the vice president does not have the kind of power to unilaterally decide policy or to turn the ship of state around, right? That's not what the vice president, it sounds pretty cool. You're the number 2 most powerful person in the nation, but really you're on there as an alternate. You're the alternate president. That's the main thing that you do as vice president, is you're there if the president is incapacitated or worse.
She said that she is promising middle-class tax cuts, and she says that if you are elected, it will cost Americans $3,900 more a year in increased taxes. She's tying all of that to this Project 2025. That's where that number is.
So he's definitely going to complain about this because it's not a tax rise. It's not a sales tax. but it has the same effect. So you know how a sales tax works, right? If you live in a sales tax state, you pay whatever the price is plus X amount of percent, right? So what Trump is doing is he's essentially putting a tariff on goods, on the many goods that come into this country from other places around the world. And it's going to, in effect, cause Americans to pay an average of, I think, $3,000 to $4,000 more at the point of sale, right? So while it's technically not a sales tax, it has the same effect on American people as a sales tax. But he's trying to weasel. He's like, it's not a tax, it's a tax on, it's a tariff, it's a tax on the foreign company. You hate the foreign companies, right? They're taking our jobs, right? It's a tax on them. It's a tax on, no, it's a tax on you. It's a tax on you. Try to, if you want to, buy American for a week and report back to me with the results. And I think the most likely result that you're going to experience is that you can't get a lot of the things that you need if you strictly stick to stuff that is 100% made in the USA. So yeah, no, it's a tax that the average American, it's a tariff that would cost the average American worker between $3,000 and $4,000 more per year. Sounds like a tax to me, but no, he's going to cope. He's going to cope. He's here to cope.
Coming from. What do you say to that?
Well, she knows I have nothing to do with Project 25. They throw it.
I have nothing to do with Project 25. Oh my God. Now he's trying to pretend he doesn't know it's Project 2025. Project 25? What did you say? I've never heard of this. Project 25? What is that? I've never heard. It's like people from the Trump administration. Look, there was a hack on this, right? We gotta salute our brave gay furry hacker out there that actually hacked the Heritage Foundation to find out exactly who was responsible, exactly who wrote Project 2025, and it's all people that are connected to Trump. So for him to say he's going to argue that there's some very conservative people out there and they came up with this thing, Project 2025, I got nothing to do with it. I don't know anything about it, and I don't want to know anything about it, right? If my policies, if I get elected and my policies happen to be the exact same thing as Project 2025, it's a massive coincidence. And it's also a massive coincidence that the authors, that the people that are responsible for Project 2025 are also people who have worked for the Trump administration, almost without exception.
A group of people got together. They did a thing. I haven't even seen it. I don't want to see it. I told them specifically, I don't want to see it. People know where I stand.
He's like, yeah, don't connect me to it. I want plausible deniability.
I lower taxes. She's raising taxes. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5.
He lowers taxes on millionaires and billionaires.
What people?
He's so mad too. Listen to that. He's hitting the buttons. I don't know if it's on his face or if he's got it on speakerphone or what's going on, but he's hitting buttons on the phone. He's so mad.
Companies are paying right now. The country will go into a depression if they do it. She didn't talk about interest rates. I mean, the interest rates are now getting close to record rates. People can't do business. Nobody can borrow money.
Okay, like look. Technically, the Fed is supposed to be independent of the president. There's a reason for that, right? Because especially during an election year, it's in the interest of a president to see those rates as low as possible. To essentially more money being available is going to short term, make the economy better. There's reasons that they raise the rates. That's generally to combat inflation, and that's why the rates were raised, because post lockdown, you had a global inflation phenomenon going on. Everywhere across the world saw inflation, and that stems from very simple things. With more money, as the stimulus was put more money into the economy. You got more money chasing fewer goods, right? The fewer goods come from supply line problems. So you did have a natural, and that we know, where it comes from, rise in inflation. The Fed raises rates in order to combat that. And as a result, the economy cools and it's harder to get loans. There's less money in the system, right? It's a cooling effect on the economy, essentially, that happens. So now the Fed has come out and made a statement now that they do intend to lower rates. They intend to move back into cutting the rates. So we should see, the higher rates should be coming down now, right? But this isn't a Kamala thing. This isn't a Biden thing. This isn't Kamala and Biden hate your guts, and so they're not cutting the rates, right? This is like what he does with an attorney general, right? He leaned heavily on his attorney general to do certain things, and in some cases, they may have. That's supposed to be independent, right? That law enforcement, you know, like that law enforcement position is supposed to be independent of the president, right? So that we don't have a situation where you think that, you know, Department of Justice is being micromanaged by the president. Same thing with the Fed. But yeah, Trump he doesn't tend to do well with guardrails. He doesn't tend to do well with limits. He's like, well, why can't I do this? Why can't I send the army out there to shoot the protesters? It's like, well, because we shouldn't have to tell you. We shouldn't have to tell you why. It should be fucking obvious. And he's doing the same thing with the Fed, right? You know, I guess if a president complains about the Fed, does it put some political pressure on them? Sure. But in general, it's not what a president will do. Anyway.
People can't go to the American dream and buy a house because they can't.
You can't go to the American dream and buy a house in the American dream factory, right? That's what?
Can't afford the interest rate. And even if they could, the money isn't available. She didn't talk about any of that. Now, if she got in, look, she's a Marxist. She always.
Honestly, if the Fed, when the Fed cuts rates, I bet, mark my words, he's going to complain about it. He's going to insinuate that the Fed is not independent. He's going to insinuate that Kamala or Biden or somebody, you know, leaned on them, put pressure to them, and that's why the rates are being cut, and that this is unfair because the Fed is acting on behalf of the of a presidential candidate. He's going to complain if that happens. He's complaining now that she didn't mention it in her speech, which would be a de facto. De facto her putting pressure on the Fed to lower rates, right? He's going to complain about that. But then when the Fed does actually lower rates, he's probably going to complain about that too. So
always was. She always will be. She's going to leave the border open. I was there today, and the Border Patrol, as you know, gave me total endorsements and all of that. I've gotten endorsed by almost every major police group in the United States. But she is a Marxist with...
Oh my God, wait a minute. Isn't this the guy that complains that law enforcement persecutes him? Isn't this the guy that implies that every charge against him is because of the Biden administration somehow, meeting in secret rooms with attorneys general and judges? I don't know. Like, it's weird that right now he's like, yeah, no, law enforcement fucking loves me. Yeah, they do. Law enforcement tends to be conservative, including federal law enforcement. That's why it makes it so ridiculous for him to complain about that.
Open borders. She's not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. She's going to close down the oil and gas industry, and our country is going to go bust. She didn't talk about the $35 trillion, which I was going to start paying off.
Omega Vortex says RFK is for Trump. Y'all see that? We're about to see that, Omega.
With liquid gold.
Sorry, I should say Omega Vortex to distinguish you from other chatters.
Right under our feet. We were going to start paying off debt, lowering taxes still further. And, you know, she wants to raise the taxes on corporations. What they're going to do is pick up and move to another country, like the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland and they moved to other places.
You keep on saying that and it never fucking happens. And also, it's wild. It's wild. One of the things that RFK and in fact even Theo Vaughn tried to pin him down on was regulating the pharmaceuticals, and he has been open to that in the past. But now he's acting like, oh my gosh, putting a higher tax on pharmaceuticals, regulating the pharmaceuticals. Oh my gosh, they'll just move to another country. I mean, this is the classic neoliberal shit here. And I feel like that's what some Republicans like about Trump, is that because he signals himself as being not with George W. Bush, not with the neocons, not with the traditional, sort of uniparty, the neoliberal agreement between neoliberal Democrats and neoconservatives and centrist Republicans. He's essentially sold that out. I mean, he's talking neoliberalism here. You can't raise taxes on the pharmaceutical industry, one of the most exploitative industries out there, an industry that I don't think that his fans are necessarily positively disposed to, right? But here he is glazing them up, right? look, he's got to sell out to anyone and everyone because this guy's got bills, bills, bills. And a lot of those bills come from illegal actions that he took that he is now being prosecuted for. He's got massive legal bills. So he's got to get those donors on his side. So I guess, should I be surprised that Trump is now embracing the swamp? I shouldn't. He's a rich dude that was a swamp creature from his very get-go, right? And anything else is just a lie, but
many of these industries will just they're international companies. If she raises taxes like she wants to do on companies, there go those jobs. I'm more interested in the jobs than the companies, but there go those jobs. And
see, so he doesn't care about the companies, just so we're really clear about this, right? He just wants the jobs. It's Reaganomics. It is straight up neoliberalism. It is straight up supply side economics that he's preaching here. He's not that different than Bush, right? And it's because now those people have leverage on him. Now the same people that run the Republican Party have got leverage on him. He did kind of come out of that. He did beat some conventional Republican candidates, and he made signals, he made noise that he was going to somehow be a different Republican. But at the end of the day, he needs money worse than any Republican out there. So, of course, and this is the whole thing with Trump that you got to recognize. He is eminently corruptible. He is easy to manipulate, right? With flattery, even with just flattery, right? If some world leader comes out there and says, I think Donald Trump is a great, strong leader of the American people and they're lucky to have him, right? Then he's going to be positively disposed to that person no matter what kind of fucking gargoyle they are to people in their own country. He is easy. He is easy to play. He is easy to finesse. He is easy to essentially, I don't want to say bribe because that sounds like I'm making a legal assessment of the situation, but you do your own math as far as the conflict of interest that exists when it comes to Donald Trump, when it comes to somebody that is literally running away from charges in his own country and is running for president in order to try to avoid those charges. That's an easy guy to manipulate.
Going to happen, Martha. They're going to pick up. They're going to move to another country. They're going to pick up and move to another country where they're going to be promised taxes at half the numbers that she's talking about and more than that.
Mr. President, on the issue of immigration, Vice President Harris.
See, but when he does it, it's like we're going to do, we're going to put his answer would be tariffs, right? You think you're going to compete with the United States with your cheap cars built in Mexico? No, we're going to put tariffs on that. I don't know.
Harris, like many Democrats in this hall throughout this week, have used the bipartisan Senate bill and your efforts to lobby Republicans not to move forward with that, to use the issue in this election as part of this speech. She said she will sign that bipartisan bill. She, to your point, doesn't talk about executive orders that could have been launched in the beginning of the Biden administration. But how do you...
Okay, this guy's full of shit, right? This guy's full of shit. Okay, so the Biden administration agreed to essentially pass the bill that Trump and the Republicans had put together in the House on the assumption that it was going to get rejected in the Senate and or vetoed by the president. When Joe Biden said, I will sign that bill, I will help you pass that bill through the Senate, then Donald Trump said, quick, vote against it, vote it down, don't pass that. Because the last thing in the world he wants is for Biden, who has now caved to him. Let's be clear, right? This isn't a feather in Biden's cap. This is Biden just like bending over and kissing the ring of Trumpism. This is Biden embracing Trumpian border policy with a little bit of a caveat because there's other things that he wants to do. But like when that happened and that bill went down, Biden immediately signed an executive order with many of the same policy points. So yeah, he did that. He what Trump is saying about she could sign a executive order. No, she can't because she's the vice president. The vice president can't do executive orders. Only the president can do those. But yes, Biden did one of those executive orders, and it's not what's actually needed, which is border reform, which is a pathway to citizenship, which is support for the Dreamers, support for DACA, right? That's what Biden should be doing, but instead he has strayed, and essentially they've given up ground, which it's sick. We're gonna watch some Midas Touch chat today, and normally when I watch Midas Touch, it's because they got the receipts on Donald Trump. They are very good at having those receipts. I will give them that. Ben Marcellus and the rest of the gang over there at Midas Touch, but they're also like, they're very team sports oriented, which is to say that they care more about the Democrats getting elected than they do about the policies, which honestly, if you're involved in politics, let me tell you what's true, okay? All that matters is the policy. At the end of the day, the policy is the score. That's the scoreboard. That's what you should be watching. That's what you should be looking at. That's what you should care about. Instead, you got people like Midas Touch being like, well, they're gonna get elected by flipping towards the Trump side of this issue, and they don't recognize that what you do when you do that is you just move the Overton window, right? Now there are no American parties representing rational border reform, rational immigration reform, and you've only got like Trump. Your Overton window is essentially Trump right now, and that's a disaster. That's an absolute disaster. But yeah, you're gonna have a glaze of Biden and the Dems for giving in to Trump from your Adam Mocklers and your Ben Meiselas's and people like this, and it's sad. It's sad.
Respond to that, and are you ready to debate Kamala Harris on September 10th, given what you heard tonight?
Well, number one debate on September 4th at Fox, and she turned it down because, as you know, Brett, I was willing to debate with you and Martha. I was going to debate on September 4th. She turned it down. And I'm willing to debate on, I don't like ABC. I think ABC is probably the worst of the...
I'm trying to remember what this absolute shit sandwich of a deal that he offered for a Fox News debate was, but I feel like it was loaded up with poison pills. See, essentially what it was that he signed on to a debate with Joe Biden, a second debate. He signed on to 2 debates. One already went down. The second one was going to be September 10th. He signed up for that. Kamala Harris was like, so we doing this? And he kind of backed out. He kind of backed down. So his attempt to propose a debate with Fox News was to get a situation in which Kamala was going to not want a debate, right? So that he could say, oh, she's the one that's running from the debate. I offered her to a debate, right? So that's what he's talking about there. I think there was like all kinds of poison pills in it. I don't remember what the specific details were to that. Yeah, essentially Fox News brings in the crowd. So this would be a debate between Trump and Kamala in front of a Fox News audience, right? Pretty bad deal if I've ever seen one. That's what he's talking about.
But I'm willing to do ABC. I was willing to do CNN with Joe Biden, and you saw what happened there. I mean, CNN does not treat me or Republicans very good, but I was willing to do it because it was the only way I could get to debate him and ask him how that turned out. But look, I am willing to debate, and I think we should do much more than one debate. But you know better than anybody, I'm ready, willing, and able because I told you yes, and she turned you down.
And on the immigration issue?
On the immigration, it's very simple. The bill was horrible. It would have allowed millions of people to pour into our country. Would have been horrible. It was a horrible bill. It was a joke. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I had the safest border in the history of our country. I closed it up.
You had COVID, motherfucker. Yeah, that's what he's talking about, right? The border was closed because of COVID. And it's funny because he's talking now about 2020. That is the year that Trump and his sycophants would like to memory hole. They would like to forget that. They would like to, pretend that year was a Joe Biden year when in fact it was a Donald Trump year. If you don't know this, right, presidents take office on the January the 20th, I think, of the year after they're elected. So you get elected in 2020, you take office in 2021, you get elected in 2024, you take office in 2025. That's how it actually works, right? So Donald Trump owns that year, owns 2020. And here's one of the only points where he actually wants to own it, right? When he can point to the numbers of the immigration number, which was essentially 0 at that time because of COVID. But the economy at the time, the job losses at the time, all this other stuff, like the misery at that time and the fear of having somebody like Donald Trump that gets up there and says the pandemic's going to go away on its own. I'm sure of it, folks. It's just, you're going to wake up one day and it's going to be gone. It'll be all gone and we'll vote for Trump again. We'll have another 4 years. It'll be great, right? He's like, it's going to be away. It's going to go away in April, and it just keeps on going. We still have like incredible numbers of infections of that virus, right? It has not gone away. It is not going to go away. Any chance of making it not endemic, not something that is, just part of the portfolio of flus and viruses that humans catch, any chance to, to stop that was lost because Trump was the one who was in charge at that time. But no, he wants to flex the border numbers from fucking COVID. That's great.
As president, now she'll have to get Joe to do it, but she could probably have a lot.
You have to get Joe to do it. Yeah, exactly. So that's like saying Pence would have to get Trump to do it. Chat, considering that Trump was willing to let Pence get fucking murked by Jan 6ers, do you think there's a lot that Pence could get Trump to do that Trump doesn't want to do by himself? Do you really think that's a thing? Yeah, that's right. Vice president is a primarily ceremonial role. You vote to break the tie when the Senate is locked up 50-50. You might be used to negotiate some things. They sent Kamala Harris to Guatemala to do some negotiations, right? That's it. That's what you do. That's the limit of your power as vice president. It's not, it's a prestigious office. You feel like you're the number 2 person in the country, but again, you are the alternate. You are there waiting for the president to become incapacitated, and if they do, you will take over. But other than that, you don't really have much power at all.
To do with that, right? Now Joe's missing. He's on a beach in California. But you know what?
You really want to talk about somebody being on a beach in California when you spent your entire administration on a golf course in Florida? You really want to bring that up?
All she has to do, or all he has to do, is say, I want to close the border. The border is closed as of...
Okay, this is a childish vision of policy, right? I want to close the border. No one gets across. What? That's not how shit works. Close the border. Okay, so nobody... So all those trucks coming in, bringing products, send them back. All the trucks going out, sending products to Mexico, send them back. Just close the fucking border. No, you don't fucking close the border. This is a puerile understanding of policy. And I don't think it's actually that Trump is that daft himself. I think he just really looks down on the American people and think that they believe that, what's so hard? Just close the border. Just close the border, Fivehead.
Now, they don't need bills. They don't want to close the border. I stood at the border today in 100 degrees.
You stood at the border, and that did so much fucking good. That's what he's trying to argue, that somehow a president being down at the border offers a +5 morale to the custom, the border patrol. They're more effective with the president. It's like a Warcraft or a Starcraft unit. It's like what?
Weather, and I will tell you, it's a dangerous place. And I was being told by Secret Service and a lot of other law enforcement, sir, it's really dangerous here. I think it's time to leave. You wouldn't believe that.
So wait, you're saying that there's a reason for government officials to not to want to be there, and yet you're blaming Kamala for not just going down there and parking a camping chair and just having a beer down there? What is
the things that I saw at that border? She's the border czar. Now she wants to deny that, but she's the border. In any event, she was in charge of the border. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar because there's no such thing as a border czar. This is like an informal thing that they say about a person in the administration or in the cabinet that's tasked with doing things related to the border. Like I told you before, she negotiated with countries that where some of the immigration was coming from. She did fulfill that job, right? But it's not because she chose to. It's not because she wanted to. As a vice president, you don't instigate these things. You get assigned to these tasks, right? And she was assigned to that task. As this one, 20 people.
It's wild because it's such a distortion, and people should know better by now. As far as what a vice president actually does, what kind of power a vice president has, right? you don't get to tell the president shit. You are told to do stuff. You are tasked with negotiations or whatever, or speeches or whatever the hell, the president wants you to do, right? Because you're kind of serving at their pleasure. So no, you don't get to be like, if you get, if she's tasked with like negotiations with countries where some of the immigration is coming from, that doesn't mean that she gets to write that policy. That doesn't mean that that's on her. That just means that is her job. That is what she's sent to do. She's sent as a representative of the administration with strict orders on what to do. Anyway.
20 million people have poured into our country, many of them from prisons and jails, from mental institutions,
from asylums, the great Hannibal Lecter, etc., etc.
and insane asylums.
Should we get the great Hannibal Lecter going? Let's do that. You stopped saying it, chat, and I miss it.
They're emptying out their jails into the United States of America.
Again, he's been asked about this. He's never shown proof, right? He doesn't, like, fucking receipts, bro. Receipts. Let's see them. Where's that coming from? What are you basing that on, right? He doesn't have anything. He's just saying it. It's just a narrative. It's just a lie. And he's so used to getting away with lying because Trump lying is a dog bites man story. It's not interesting. He lies all the fucking time, so the media stops covering it because it's not fucking interesting.
Because of her incompetence and her bad border policies, she is a horrible, horrible person to run this country. We won't have a country if she gets elected.
Let me ask you this, sir. There has been a huge appeal and momentum for women voters. She's trying to pull the youth vote, the Hispanic vote, the black vote back in her direction. Polls show that she's having some success in that at this point. So what are you going to do? What's your strategy?
Here, so I want to show you, like, he had this whole, like I said, this is a narrative that he tells, he's just filling in details, right? But he's not filling them in with the truth. He's filling them in with a story. And the story is that the people that these countries from which immigrants are leaving to go to the United States, many of the countries, like Venezuela, because of policies of Donald Trump, because of the sanctions that Donald Trump placed on Venezuela, they are in a bad way. They are not doing well. And they go to the United States because of Trump's policies, right? It's not because Venezuela sends them. They're like, get the fuck out of there. We're going to send you to the border. We're going to give you an all expense paid ticket to the border. No, that's not how it fucking happens, right? They're leaving because they're fucking miserable. They're miserable because of Trump's policies. He caused the immigration that he complains about. But he wants to tell you the story about that. It's specifically criminals. They're emptying out their jails. They're going into jail. They're letting the people out. They're like, go to the border, go into the United States to do evil things. Because that's what we're evil immigrants. We're like, this is all 100% fucking narrative, right? And the place where the narrative jumped the shark was when Trump started talking about the late, great Hannibal Lecter, right? Now, he doesn't do this anymore. And I'm convinced it's because someone in his campaign said, bro, this is a bad look. Nobody understands what the fuck you're talking about. A lot of the people in the country are too young to know this reference. The reference is to Silence of the Lambs, which I've never seen. But there's it's where Hannibal Lecter, like the guy in the mask, right? That played by Anthony Hopkins, right? That's where that's from, right? So that's what he's saying. And, he would always talk about, like, who's coming into their country. We got mental patients. We got prisoners. We got, drug gangs. And we've got the late, great Hannibal Lecter. So now this is probably because Trump thinks when he hears asylum, that's referring to a mental asylum. Somebody of his age would probably have seen the film One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest that's about a mental facility and the people locked up there. And so, when he hears asylum, which is what you declare if you are like from a country where, there's a lot of crime, maybe there's a lot of gang related crime and your life is in danger, or you are a dissident from another country and your life is in danger because of the government, you can come in and you can declare asylum. And they are supposed to hear your case. And if you can make the case that you need to get away from that country, then you're allowed to stay in. It's just like a separate thing from immigration, regardless, right? That's become a controversy because, you know, since there aren't enough judges to oversee these cases, then people can declare asylum and then their trial doesn't happen for a really long time, right? So that's why it's become controversial. But he takes asylum and he says, oh, asylum. They're sending people from asylums. Who's in an asylum? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. Now, Hannibal Lecter, canonically, is not dead, right? In the story of Silence of the Lambs and all those movies, right? He didn't die. He survives. He's kind of the hero in a weird, even though he's the cannibal, right? He's kind of the hero of a lot of that stuff. So he survives. And so the character's not late. He's not dead. Anthony Hopkins, the guy that plays Hannibal Lecter, is not dead, right? I don't know where he gets the late, great Hannibal Lecter, you know, considering that both the actor that plays Hannibal and the character that he plays are still alive, but he seems to be under the impression that the actor that played Hannibal Lecter is pro-Trump, right? So this is another thing. So he's mixing up asylum seeker with mental asylum resident, right? And he's also mixing up the guy that played Hannibal Lecter, who was Anthony Hopkins, a British guy, right? With, I think, John Voight, who is a actor that kind of looks similar, kind of the same age, that likes Trump, right? And he thinks, yeah, Hannibal Lecter endorsed me. So anyway, let's get into this. Let's see the hit parade.
Of the Lamb. Anybody see Silence of the Lambs? Silence of the Lamb. Silence of the Lambs. That's Hannibal Lecter. Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal Lecter. Did anybody ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal Lecter. Anybody ever heard of the wonderful Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal. That's Hannibal Lecter. Anybody ever hear of that nice gentleman? Fine gentleman named Hannibal Lecter. Did anyone ever hear of the late great Hannibal Lecter? The late great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man. Hannibal Lecter. Does anybody know the name? Please raise your hand. Young people didn't. The young ones didn't. They don't want to hear about Hannibal. Hannibal Lecter was from an insane asylum. An insane asylum is Silence of the Lambs. Insane asylums, I say that's Silence of the Lambs. In their mental institutions. An insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids. Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever seen the Silence of the Lamb? Silence of the Lamb. That's Hannibal Lecter. You ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? The legendary Hannibal Lecter. Lamb the Sham, right? Lamb the Sham. Insane asylums.
Lamb the Sham, where is he even getting this from? Like, I don't even understand where this would come from, right? I've never heard him called Lamb the Sham. It's Silence of the Lambs. He says Silence of the Lamb, but it's plural, I'm pretty sure.
That's where Silence of the Lamb happens to be.
Silence of the Lamb, yeah. Yo, Bannon getting the slap.
That's insane asylum. You know, insane asylum, that's Silence of the Lamb type, okay? Insane asylums, that's Silence of the Lamb stuff. 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 That's big stuff. Silence of the Lamb stuff. That's serious.
So this is what I mean about he tells a story. Now, it goes even further, right? He kind of develops this. Just like I give you the top of the hour ad break, which is the ad break that happens on Twitch every hour on the hour. There's another one coming up in about 10 minutes. And I've kind of got the speech worked out where I tell you that you can get out of that for free using a Twitch Prime sub, that you can get out of it for $6 by using $6, or that you could possibly be gifted a sub by somebody very nice in chat looking out for you. But that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat, right? I've got, it's like memory, right? It's like, it just like comes out, right? He's got the same thing worked out with Hannibal Lecter and the Silence of the Lambs, that he says that it's like a routine. It's almost like a William S. Burroughs like style routine, but instead of talking about a man who taught his asshole to talk, he's talking about the late great Hannibal Lecter and how that's who the other countries are sending over to the United States. Anyway.
Silence of the Lamb stuff, you know? It's Silence of the Lambs. Hannibal Lecter. Anybody ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a nice fellow, but that's what's coming into our country right now. Hannibal Lecter is coming in, lots of them. Congratulations, the late great...
Congratulations, folks. You're going to get eaten by Hannibal Lecter. He's going to enjoy your liver with a Chianti and fava beans.
Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. How good an actor was he? How good an actor was he? Did he play a good role?
Silence of the Lambs is a John Voight movie where he takes a single lamb with him into an asylum. Wonderful.
Hannibal Lecter, how great
It's a single lamb. That's what's important.
an actor was he? You know why I like him? Because he said on television, on one of the, I love Donald Trump, so I love him. I love him. Look, I don't care who you are. I love him. If you're watching television.
It's kind of like the Taylor Swift endorsement, right? He retweets like an AI image of Taylor Swift endorsing him.
Somebody's on it, they say nice things.
Never happened.
Like them. Hannibal Lecter. That's what they have in insane asylums, and they're dumping them into a community near you.
Coming to a community near you very soon, folks. Very soon, you'll be able. He'd love to have you. So yeah, he's got this whole thing where he says he finds somebody. He finds somebody in the crowd, right? And he says he'd love to have you for dinner. You know, and like, yeah, you look like about the right size. He would eat well off of you. Like he's like fat shaming his audience, right? He's talking about how, you know, how much Hannibal Lecter would enjoy eating the various audience members. This gives us a little bit more.
Guys, the show's going great. Well done to everyone involved. But what we need here is some proper bloody journalism, all right?
Wow.
That's
right.
where I come in. Thank
Get to the bottom of the story for us, right? Because this is a complicated story.
I'm here because it's voting season in the USA, and there's one key question on everybody's lips. Why does Donald Trump keep talking about Hannibal Lecter?
Now, he doesn't anymore, right? And the reason is that he has been told by his people that this is not going on. This is not helping him, right? This is lolcow behavior, right? This is Donald Trump's Sonichu. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is Donald Trump creating a parallel universe with lots of hedgehogs, Sonichu, Rosechu, Magichan, all the rest of them. All the rest of them are going to be there, folks. All the rest of them are going to be there, right? And we're going to have a great merge. We're going to merge in between worlds. Have you ever wanted to meet Batman? Well, you're going to get a chance to meet Batman because reality and fiction, they're going to merge together thanks to Sonichu, right? This is Donald Trump being a fucking lolcow.
Hannibal Lecter. Anybody ever heard of the wonderful Hannibal Lecter?
For months, I've been studying every clip of Donald Trump so I can finally answer the biggest mystery of the election.
Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man.
For the Gen Zs, Hannibal Lecter was a character in the Oscar-winning film Silence of the Lambs, amongst other notable...
Wait, what? He was an actor? Hannibal, excuse me? I think they meant to say that different, like a character, right? Did I hear that wrong?
The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man.
For the Gen Zs, Hannibal Lecter was a character in the Oscar-winning film Silence of the Lambs.
A character, thank you.
That's notable works. Also for the Gen Zs, a film is a series of moving images slightly longer than a TikTok.
Right.
And the film featured this guy, Hannibal the Cannibal, a psychopath who loved eating people.
I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
So he's not real.
Yeah.
Trump keeps talking like
he's not real, but he scares the fuck out of me. He scares the fuck out of me.
he is, making us ask, can Donald not tell
I haven't even seen this movie and he scares me.
the difference between fantasy and reality?
It's very hard to know
That's what I'm saying. It's the merge, chat. It's the merge.
what Donald Trump really
Oh no, his name is John Barron. How is this possible, chat? How is this possible?
believes, given that reality is something that is kind of flexible once it goes through the brain of Donald
The merge.
Trump.
Wait a second. Is that John Barron, the US politics expert? Or the fake name Donald Trump actually used in the 1980s when he had called journalists pretending to be his own publicist named John Barron?
God damn, I need an agent like that.
Sorry, Sam, are you saying you can't tell the difference between fantasy and reality?
Oh, just got a shiver down my spine.
What if I pretended to be my own producer?
But Donald must know it's a film. He even has a favorite line.
Hey, this is No Comment Chick's producer here. I was calling to see.
I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Remember the last scene? Excuse me, I'm about to have a friend for dinner. He'd love to have you for dinner.
He's so into this.
Have you for dinner. He'd like to have you for dinner.
You,
All he knows is Hannibal isn't real.
you specifically, right? He's like, and like if I remember correctly, there's a few where he like fat shames the person. He's like, oh yeah, he'd definitely like to have you. He would.
Which means he might actually be trying to talk about the actor who played him, Sir Anthony Hopkins, but he just can't remember his name.
Hannibal Lecter, how great an actor was he?
How great an actor was he, folks?
You know why I like him? Because he said on television, I love Donald Trump, so I love him. I love him.
That's how it works. Transactional.
Except Hopkins never said anything like that, leading some to suggest that not only had Donald forgotten his name, he'd also managed to confuse him with Trump-loving actor John
What do you think, chat? Like, look, I know my grandpas. I would not confuse those two guys, especially once they start to talk. Like, the only thing they have in common is that they're old. I don't know, chat. I don't see mixing these two up. But then again, we're talking about Donald Trump.
President Trump won't give up.
We're talking about possibly the most documented individual in the human species right now, right? So much of Donald Trump's life is on the internet, and so much of Donald Trump's imagination, let's just say, is on the internet, and it's almost like he's created his own world, chat. It's almost as if he's like drawn his own comic with characters, right? You know, Hannibal Lecter is in the room with us right now. He's punching you in the thigh very softly just to let you know that he's there.
Certainly possible that Donald Trump couldn't think of Anthony Hopkins' real name. He did call Kamala Harris Nancy Pelosi.
Yo, all bitches are the same, I guess. I don't know.
Not that long ago.
I can't explain that one.
But Anthony Hopkins says he doesn't like Donald Trump, so he doesn't know what he's talking about either.
Okay, so that explains part of it, but it doesn't explain why Trump keeps bringing him up in rally
Hannibal Lecter.
after rally
Hannibal Lecter.
after rally.
Hannibal Lecter.
That's the part that doesn't make sense.
I mean, he thinks it's impressive, right? He's creating his world. He wants to do the merge.
Or at least it didn't.
He wants to merge this reality with his reality.
Until days ago, when one social
And he's got to be elected in order to do that.
media poster
To stay out of jail. Oh my God, chat, there's so many similarities between Donald Trump and another famous internet figure. It's striking. It's striking.
on the explanation that had been staring us in the face the whole time.
He also is weird about his family members. He's weirdly like sexual about members of his own family that he shouldn't have any thoughts about that at all. But he says weird things about Ivanka.
Donald Trump doesn't know asylum has two meanings.
Could explain why he thinks political prisoners claiming asylum from Venezuela are being emptied out.
See, the thing is, what is this? Australia? Is this the UK? Whatever this is from, you've got better. This is better journalism, right? This is very, there it is right there.
Insane asylum.
You never get an American journalist that goes and puts this all together and makes like a report on it, right?
Realization set the internet on fire.
Absolutely, that's what it is. If you have listened to Donald Trump's speech patterns, you know that he has this habit of word association where he'll hear a word or he'll say a word.
We don't have the Trump historians like they do in other countries, right?
And it'll remind him of something else, and then he'll latch onto that, and then he's off to the races.
So Donald hears people are claiming asylum. That makes him think of insane asylums, and that makes him think of Hannibal Lecter. Is that it? Have we figured it out?
An insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids, okay? It's Silence of the Lambs, okay? You know that. Hannibal Lecter! Hannibal Lecter!
This whole idea of psychiatric patients trying to get to the United States has some basis in fact. In the 1970s, Cuba's Fidel Castro did send a bunch of dissidents to the United States on boats and bathtubs, anything that would float, and among them were some people who had been in psychiatric institutions. So maybe that's in the back of Trump's mind now. Who knows?
Wait a second. Is it possible Donald Trump is not a delusional fool, but is instead a scholar of political history consumed with the lessons of the past, and it's us who can't keep up? John Barron, help us understand.
Sorry guys, I've got to go. I'm having an old friend to dinner.
No!
Wow.
No!
Best thing we've ever played on this
Well,
show.
Oh my God.
I've got a theory that Vin Diesel and The Rock are the same person.
Kat, I'm really worried about Trump getting reelected and enacting the merge, right? I don't think his merge would be as good as the other merge. I would much rather have Rose Chu and Sonichu to deal with than I would the cast of characters. Like the shark would be real. Like anytime you had an electric boat, the shark would be like dur 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 dur. You know, it would. I don't know, chat. There's so many things in Trump's imaginations. There's so many things in Trump's id that I just don't want to see unleashed onto the world, right?
I just need a diagram
I really that was really interesting, but hard to follow. I need to diagram.
Well, we've got one of the best political minds.
Yeah, what do
in
you?
the
I'm
country.
very keen for your thoughts.
Yes,
Pricey.
Well, I think that you cracked it there in the end. He's confusing us.
Yeah, you cracked something.
Asylum seekers with the people from nut houses.
Yeah.
In South America coming across.
I think they broke me, Chad. This broke me.
And every time he mentions,
I am broke, and I am also broke, but
yeah.
And he's
that's why you should donate.
For 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And with
so
all
it's just
riffing. It's not
all
written.
comes out. You
Yeah.
know? It's not written down anywhere.
Yeah.
He's not using a teleprompter like Sleepy Joe or Kamala.
Well, yeah, he creates it, right? He starts it with just the Hannibal Lecter thing, and then he works it out. He brings up audience participation, right? He creates his own world. That's what he does. That's what this guy does.
It's just coming straight out of there.
Do you think that there's an advisor behind him being like, move on? From
No.
There absolutely was, and that's why he doesn't say it anymore.
I think that.
Well, that person wouldn't have a job for very long.
I think the most.
I mean, he does struggle with those people, right? But he does sometimes listen to feedback.
impressive thing is just to know that he has the attention span to watch a whole movie, which I didn't believe at all. So,
Hannibal
Wonderfully put
Lecter.
together.
the late great Hannibal Lecter.
Yes, he's a wonderful man.
We'd like to have you for dinner. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that just explains like what this story began as. Now he's had to dump the late great Hannibal Lecter. I think he's been told that this is likely to make him into a lolcow, and that's not a good thing. And you know that there's a difference between people laughing with you and people laughing at you. So he doesn't quite do the same shtick anymore. But I just want to bring it back because this character does exist in his mind, and I firmly believe that if he is able to be elected as president in 2025, takes office in 2025, we're gonna have a merge. We're gonna have a merge between the beautiful mind of Donald Jameson Trump and the shit show that we know as reality, and it's going to get shittier. It's going to get worse, not better. So
to rebuild the momentum that you had with those voters.
No, she's not having success. I'm having success. I'm doing great with the Hispanic voters. I'm doing great with black men. I'm doing great with women because women want safety.
He's doing great with black men.
They want safety, and they don't have safety when they have somebody allowing 20 million people into our country, many of them very dangerous people. No, it's only in your eyes that they have that, Martha.
God, he essentializes the fuck out of everyone, right? With black men, as he says, he thinks they want golden sneakers, and with women, they want safety. Now, it's not like a human need. It's not like a human inclination to want to be safe. No, it's a womanly thing. It's women. It's the.
We're doing very well in the polls. We're leading in most of the polls. And in the swing states, we're leading in almost every one of them.
Mr. President, let me interrupt.
The auto workers are voting for me because you're not going to have an auto industry if she gets elected. They're going to all electric cars. All electric cars are going to be made in China. And you're not going to have...
Oh, my God. You know why? If that were to happen, you know why that would be? It would be because the United States has been late as fuck to the table as far as green energy. Why are we late to the table as far as green energy? Because assholes like this make the Green New Deal sound like a fucking conspiracy instead of just good policy. Instead of just something that would create jobs, something that we need, a direction in which we need to move. No, he's going to make you afraid that, oh my God, your coal job is going to go away. You won't be able to get black lung mining coal anymore, and what will you ever do without your lung being without dying of lung cancer at age 40? Right?
You literally will not have an auto industry. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed of themselves. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. The workers down the tubes.
Two quick things as we wrap up here, Mr. President. Tomorrow, do you expect to be endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? And are you making a specific effort in Georgia to make up, if you will, with the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp?
Well, I just saw Brian.
A reasonable dissent says safe in the kitchen.
A very good man. Did you ever hear?
Now I can no longer drink Jameson. I'm sorry, did I ruin Jameson for you?
A man named Sean Hannity, and he was
You ever heard of a man named Sean Hannity, the late great Sean Hannity?
Interviewed by Sean Hannity, and he was very nice, and he said he wants Trump to win, and he's going to work with me 100%, and I think we're going to...
He keeps on doing this shit. You ever hear of a man named Barack Hussein?
have a very good relationship.
The thing is, like, that's a Rush Limbaugh reference, and he actually can say the late great. Why does he never say the late great? Does he know what late great means? Does he understand the concept of the late great, like somebody that is no longer with us, right? You could say that for Rush Limbaugh. He is in fact dead, and last I checked is still dead. Has not been zombie resurrected from the graveyard yet. So you could actually say that for Rush Limbaugh. He never does.
Relationship with Brian Kemp, and that was on just before you people went on with that.
So yeah, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, he has gotten into a beef with Brian Kemp because of Brian Kemp's unwillingness to try to go along with his fake elector scheme to try to stay in office even after he lost in 2020. And he went after Brian Kemp. He went after the governor of Georgia. It turns out, though, that governor in Georgia, more popular in Georgia than he is. So that kind of backfired on him. Now he's got to make nice. Now he's got to play nice with Brian Kemp.
Speech that we just listened to.
And RFK Jr.
Maybe he thinks late just means old. Yeah, I guess that could be it. I mean, the thing about Trump is that, like, when you are that privileged, and I'm not trying to open up a discussion of privilege, but when you are wealthy and a bunch of other things that Donald Trump is, they let you get away with it, folks. They let you get away with it, right? There's a lower standard for people that, you know, that have been born with a silver spoon in their mouth than there is for the rest of us, right? And so it's the kind of thing where you're surrounded by yes men, you're surrounded by people that they're relying on you for their job. They know that if you piss them off, they're not going to be around very long. And so they're like, yes, sir, that's right, late great. They're not going to correct you. You're never going to get corrected. So as a result, you sort of live in this echo chamber where everything you do is right, even when it's wrong. And it's only us weirdos out in reality, outside of the merge, that perceive you as being kind of a weirdo yourself, right? Or being, you know, ignorant in certain ways that are the strained belief, right? You'd think that somebody that is that wealthy would be the opposite of ignorant. You know, he's got all the access he wants to, you know, the best schools he could, you know, his parents could buy his way into, right? And still, you know, he's that ignorant.
It just happened, and as far as RFK, I've had a great relationship with him over the years. I respect him. He respects me. I have no idea if he's going to endorse me. I know he's got a news conference. We happen to be in the same state. Arizona will be in the same state, but in quite different parts of the state. But it's possible we will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll be discussing it. He said, look, he was treated very unfairly by the Democrat. He would have beaten Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60, 70% of the vote just to get in. And you know what?
President.
In the
See, the thing is, it's not true. It's just not true. That's bullshit. That is complete bullshit, right? Look, RFK looks good in comparison to Joe Biden when you don't know who he is. And you look at the primary ballot and you see Biden and Kennedy, and you're like, ooh, a Kennedy. What's this guy about, right? But as the second you start to scratch the surface, what is he about? Okay, well, he's against vaccines. Right there, you lose 50% of the Democrat, probably more than 50% of the Democratic electorate, right? He only looks good. Look, anybody looks good compared to Joe Biden. The man is a walking corpse. The man is a walking corpse. So anybody looks good compared to Joe Biden, right? That's why you've always seen this whole generic ballot thing. When you ask a generic ballot question, like, who would you rather be your president, a Democrat or a Republican, right? Those polls favor Democrats. Whereas you ask, would you rather have Trump or Biden? And the people that would have said Democrat in the generic ballot poll, they say, I'm kind of hoping that that's not my choice. I'm not going to answer that question, right? Because I'm just in disbelief that we're going to redo this election again, right? So you get a lot of those people kind of opting out of the polls, and then Trump's numbers look good in comparison. But the second that you fill in that Democratic ballot with somebody other than Joe Biden, then you get a similar effect to the generic ballot. And same thing. So that's why RFK looks good. It's because that he, when you present him as a generic Democrat, right? There's this guy, his last name's Kennedy. He's running as a Democrat. Do you think you might want to vote for him? People say, yes, I do think I might want to vote for him. You show them who he is. You show them about the brainworm. You show them about the sexual assault scandals that he's had, right? And they're like, not so sure about that. This man, dumped the body of a bear in Central Park and tried to frame cyclists for it. Oh, I'm not sure, right? The more you know about RFK, the less you like him. So no, in fact, were he to get the attention that Donald Trump is thinking that he's owed, to be kind of put on a stage, to be put on a debate stage against Joe Biden, right? He would start to really lose, the second that they start talking about stuff, right? The second that the reporter, that the news anchor that's officiating the debate asks RFK a question like, now, there have been accusations about you in Vanity Fair taking advantage of people that were doing childcare for you. Would you like to now deny those accusations? And he says, I did a lot of things that I'm not proud of when I was younger, and I would rather not comment about, right? When he no comments the question of, did you abuse your freaking childcare worker, then, that his it crashes and burns. So no, he wouldn't have beaten Biden as bad as Biden is. RFK still worse.
And the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's
they
why
did
we
the
saw a
same
different
thing
night
as they did to
tonight.
RFK.
Mr. President, thank you so
very
much
sir.
for the time. We
Okay,
appreciate
very
that
much.
live feedback.
Yeah, sympathy for Joe Biden. I don't know.
To sum up today's video,
we should probably watch this, right? Have you all heard about the this is D'Angelo Wallace. This is a video about Chapel Roan and asking essentially her fans not to be creepy. We might watch this later if people are interested. I do think I've got one more video for you though on, where is this? Oh, Newsmax. There we go. We gotta watch the Newsmax.
Trump, great to have you here. I'm sitting with.
It's great to be here on Newsmax, America's favorite network.
Mercedes Schlapp. We just watched the speech. What did you think? Great to have you on.
Well, I think, and hello, Mercedes, and I hate to cut off Sebastian. That's really can be very dangerous. I don't like doing that. But I will tell you, I just watched it, very nonspecific. She didn't talk about many things like interest.
The thing about RFK is he's actually, and we'll get into this later if you want to watch the RFK content. I've got some RFK content for you, in fact. Some of him talking with Trump, endorsing Trump, all this kind of stuff, dropping out in a provisional way that is specifically meant to make sure that he cuts into the Democratic vote more than he does into the Republican vote. It's kind of weird stuff. But yeah, he's essentially been a what would you call him? What is the word for this? He's working for Trump. He's there for Trump. He's there to take votes from low information Democrats that would normally vote Democrat, but they want, some other option other than Joe Biden. And so they see the Kennedy name there. Like he's essentially there for Trump, and he's been exposed for this, right? Regardless of the Democratic Party's like actions towards RFK's, attempt to get on ballots and stuff like that, like RFK is anything but a good actor in this case, right? He knows he's not going to win the presidency. He's not trying to win the presidency. He's trying to help Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a fellow anti-vaxxer in some ways, or at least has convinced RFK through his phone call, which we've taken a look at. We can take another look at it if you'd like, right? But at several points, including during his dropout speech, RFK essentially admitted to working on behalf of Donald Trump in the election, right? Not there to offer a choice, not there to try to become president, but rather there to siphon votes away from the side that he wants to lose, the side that in his mind is imposing vaccine mandates and mask mandates. And, he's a full-on, he's a full-on conspiracy weirdo.
Rates, China, fracking, and anywhere, let alone Pennsylvania, crime, poverty, trade deficits, child trafficking, woman trafficking, drugs, the border. She didn't talk about the most important things. It was a very general speech. And I asked a simple question. Why didn't she do it? She's complaining about this and that. She's complaining about prices. Why didn't she do it? The only thing she wanted to do is put price controls on. And if you look...
I'm seeing some interest in the RFK tent from chat, so we'll watch that after this. How about that?
It's been done like 122 times over the last 200 years. It's never worked once.
Also, while we're at it, let me farm some more likes. So if you haven't liked the stream yet, go ahead and do that. It helps me out a lot.
It's driven tremendous inflation and destroyed most countries where they tried it. But she's not a student of history, that I can tell you. So, I mean,
she's not a student of history, but she's a evil Marxist. I'm sorry, what?
I actually thought it was a terrible speech. It was very nonspecific.
It was a terrible speech, but for very different reasons, which we'll get into.
It was also very short. She just wanted to get off the stage because her ideas are bad. Look, she's a Marxist.
Yes.
She is a total Marxist.
She's a Marxist-Leninist. That's right. She is 100% a Marxist, right?
And or beyond.
I remember the historical analysis. You know, the dialectical material part of her speech was big.
That she skipped socialism. Remember, I said we will never have a socialist country. Our country will never.
I don't even want to get into my assessment of Donald Trump's understanding of socialism, communism, and Marxism.
Be a socialist country. I was right. They skipped socialism. She went to Marxism.
Look, he skipped socialism too. He went straight to Mein Kampf.
And communism.
Mr. President, let me ask you this. During her speech, she mentioned something about that you would push.
He went straight to the socialism of fools.
An anti-abortion coordinator of sorts. This is the first I've ever heard of this, and wanted to know that she's obviously.
This is the first I've ever heard of this. Yeah, no, it's fucking in the giant tome of Project 2025, written by Donald Trump's cabinet members, written by his staff members, written by people that were involved in his campaign and in his administration, right?
Trying to
target. First I've heard of this, an abortion coordinator that trying to target the rights of bodily autonomy. Oh, I've never heard of that before.
These women voters.
Look at these Newsmax people sweeping for Donald Trump. They want the merge to happen too. They want the merge to happen.
What's your answer to that?
It's a total lie. I never even heard it. I never even heard the term. Well, they keep talking about Project 25, which is a group of pretty far right people.
Pretty far right people that are all in your administration, that you've all, like 90% of whom you've hired, 90% of whom have worked for you, right? So he's calling his people pretty far right wing, but trying to act like, but I don't really know them. Like, who are these people with their weird Project 25? I haven't heard of this. What is this about?
They did something called Project 25. I have no idea what it is. I don't want to read it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know anything about it. But they use that. But they know that.
Yeah, he's going to get Streisand effect on this.
I have nothing to do with it. And that, look, everybody knows.
Methinks thou doth protest too much. Methinks thou doth deny too much.
All of my policies.
Yes.
And in Roe v. Wade, we've taken that, we've made that, we've done what they wanted us to do. We brought it down. First of all, it's exceptions. We have the exception for the life of the mother and rape and incest. And that's like Ronald Reagan, like myself, etc.
Joint Specialist says Trump has even said that his advisors have told him not to talk about it.
Most Republicans agree with that. You have to follow your heart, but most Republicans agree with that. But that issue has been brought way back. It's
yeah, I have not seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. All I know is the Bueller thing.
Now in the states, taking votes, as you saw, Ohio, Kansas, and actually they were far more liberal than a lot of people would have.
Wait, they've got the crawl, right? The Chiron, right? The text crawling. Now check this out, right?
Agree with that.
This is Newsmax.
But that issue has been brought way back. It's now in the states. Taking votes, as you saw, Ohio.
Let's pause this, right? Let's take a see what that is. Trump slams, quote unquote, overrated. That's a quote from Trump. Overrated Jewish governor. Overrated Jewish governor. The argument that he's been trying to make is that Shapiro was the obvious choice for vice president, and he was not selected, specifically because he's Jewish. He's been kind of berating Jewish voters who do not vote for Republicans, tend to vote more liberal, tend to vote Democratic. That they're not real Jews if they vote for Biden or if they vote for Harris, right? Because of the Harris being like having a soft spot for Palestinians, which I think she's kind of shown that she really doesn't through that speech. The Democratic Party would not allow a Palestinian member, Democratic member of a state house to speak before them, right? But here he is slamming overrated Jewish governor, right? You don't have to scratch very deep to see his anti-Semitic streak come out.
And actually, they were far more liberal than a lot of people would have thought. But everybody wanted that issue brought back to the states. The legal scholars, Democrats, Republicans.
See, now I didn't spend enough time on this before, right? But you heard a button. You heard a dialing sound, right? He's got the phone and he's left his keypad open. And he's either like pushing the phone up to his face or something, or he's I don't know. For whatever reason, chat, you're hearing he's mad, is what I'm trying to get across. He's mad. He's calling in because he's mad. He's calling in because Kamala Harris has got the spotlight. He can't stand that. She's got a lot of excitement behind her. She's gonna get a huge bounce out of this, and we're seeing that bounce already. We'll get into that a little bit later, maybe after the RFK stuff. We'll take a look at Kamala Harris's convention bounce that she's getting, and he can't take it. He can't take it. He's got to get some attention. He's got to say something. So, and he's mad. He can't keep his phone away from his face. He's like,
everybody, and we did that. And, it's really become a almost, I think, look, I'm not going to say it's an issue.
He's butt dialing with his face. That's a great way to put it, Bad Lefty. He's butt dialing with his ass face. Donald Trump is now the old man in the race, says Geek Prime. You are correct. You are correct. He is the Biden. He's the Biden now. And in some ways, he's the Hillary, too. Although we're going to see Kamala Harris give him a run for his money as far as emulating Hillary, sadly, right? Sadly, there's a little bit of that coming from the Harris campaign now, too. So we'll get into that in a second, in a bit, in a little bit.
But people are happy. Every legal scholar wanted it brought back. They didn't want it in the federal government. And I was able to get it out, get it brought back to the states. And now the states are all voting on it, and it's where it should be. And I think you two agree with that. It's exactly where it should be. And this has gone on for 52 years. And now our country can be brought back and brought together.
It's wild. 5 weeks ago, basically, the Democrats knew that she wasn't worthy of the presidency. Joe Biden doesn't like her. And here she is, the Democrat nominee. It's totally wild. Watching tonight, are you thinking about the debate? Did you see anything that you think you might be able to exploit? Does she look more beatable after tonight?
Well, she lies, and she's not specific. And it was a very general, it was like just a general speech. But I ask one question. Why didn't she do it before? In fact, she's got 5 months left. Why doesn't she leave the beautiful studio or wherever she is right now, hop on a plane, go down to Washington, D.C., and close the border? Because she can
just go down to Washington. Wait, I think you were just going to say go to the border and close the border. Like she comes up and she just puts her hands up and she's like, no more border crossing. No more. Go back. Go. She could go down there and just say, do not come. Do not come. That's a Kamala thing. I'm surprised, given how much they have just like bowed down to the Trumpian immigration policy. I am surprised that they are not trying to use her "do not come" statement as a, as a flex, right? That with the new reemergence of Kamala in the campaign, I'm surprised they're not doing that.
Close the border very easily. You know that. I didn't have a bill. I didn't ask for a bill. I closed the border. I told.
Bad Lefty says the last 30% of her speech was very hilarian. The whole foreign affairs part, was awful, absolutely.
I told the Border Patrol, who are incredible people, and the law enforcement generally, including ICE, close up the border, get MS-13 out of our country. We took them out by the thousands. Get them out. We got criminals out. We have the best border we've ever had. You saw the famous border chart, my all-time favorite chart, for even different reasons, okay? You understand that. Yeah. But why didn't they close it? Why don't they go down to Washington and do these things? Why didn't she mention fracking She didn't want to mention it. She will never allow fracking. She's just using that and saying it. She's changed.
They have. The Democratic Party has embraced motherfucking fracking. All right. Sadly, sad but true. It's true, right? That is the policy right now. The United States is a net energy exporter. In fact, the largest energy exporter. So, whatever the fuck he's trying to complain about, like it's something that the Biden administration has already embraced the dark side on. Sadly.
She's the greatest flip-flopper. Every single thing that she believed in all her life, she's now changed because she wants to get elected. But if she got elected, she would never do these things.
President Trump, you were down at the border today. You met with families that have been just so tragically impacted by these criminals. This all on the watch of Kamala Harris. What's your message to Kamala Harris, knowing that she has never, 0 times, gone to the border?
Are they trying to catch her smiling or laughing? Are they trying to do that? The thing is, she's embraced this stuff, right? Look, here's the deal. All right. There's Goofy, which Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are goofy. And there's Weird, which Donald Trump and JD Vance are. And the American people are willing to embrace Goofy, but they don't want Weird. And when it comes to Trump, when it comes to Vance, they've had enough of the weird, right? They've had, even Republicans at this point. I'm hearing more and more about people that voted for Trump in 2016 and 2022, maybe felt a certain way about January 6th and, have kind of waffled back and forth, now sort of embracing the Democrats, embracing anything that will get them out of this Trump era, right? It's not like a majority of the Republican Party. There's still a lot of power there. There's still a lot of people who probably hate Trump's guts, embracing Trump because he is the kingmaker in the party. But again, with a large enough landslide against Trump, that might change. That may change.
She's presided over, as borders are, the worst border anywhere in the history of the world. Anywhere.
Yeah, Goofy is way better than Weird. We love Goofy. Yuck.
Anywhere. Millions of people have been allowed to flow.
That's why dad jokes are coming back.
Through into our country. People that came out of prisons and jails and mental institutions and insane asylums and terrorists. They're pouring.
And terrorists.
In. But remember, the jail populations from countries all over the world are being allowed to come into the...
Okay, so this is something that you could actually verify if it was true, right? In some way, you'd be able to verify this if this was true. It's not true, and you can't verify it. And whenever the media, calls up his campaign, say, hey, you said you were talking about the jail populations of various countries around the world going down, and those people being sent to the United States. Where are you getting this from, right? We scoured the reports, we scoured international news for this. We didn't find anything like this. Where's this coming from? And the answer is they made it the fuck up. That's where it came from.
USA, the good old USA.
And mental asylums and insane asylums, which are like mental asylums on steroids.
The jail populations are way down. Crime in other countries is way down because they're bringing their criminals.
Not true.
You look at Venezuela.
But yeah, he's going to say something really weird now, right? He's starting to do this thing where he's like, meet me in Venezuela, right? Venezuela is going to turn into a magical wonderland, a paradise on earth, because they're able to get rid of all of their criminals, all their crime, all of their mental asylum residents. They're sending them all into America. So Caracas, he's like, meet me in Caracas, right? After I lose this next election, he will have to get out of the country in order to avoid all the charges that are chasing him. But I have a feeling that Caracas is not the place that he needs to go. I don't think honestly, chat, Venezuela is miserable because of his policies. Like Venezuela has, and because of Maduro, and I mean, there's a lot of reasons, right? Venezuela is not a nice place, but he's making it sound like this magical wonderland where all their problems have been solved by they sent all the bad stuff into the United States, and now it's peachy keen there. more likely, chat, if he leaves the country, he's going to go to like Russia or something.
Gone into Caracas,
Belarus,
which was a very unsafe city, and now it's safe. In fact, someday the three of us will have to go there. No, let's bring your husband.
Meet me in Caracas
with us also, right? And we'll bring some of the other.
We'll bring your husband too.
People that are with you, because I like the people that are with you, and we'll go to Caracas because it'll be safer than any.
It'll be safe. It'll be safe. Really safe. This guy wouldn't last 5. I'm dead serious. All right. I don't think the Secret Service would let him go to Caracas. That is not a good idea.
She's destroying our country.
Look, if he almost got murked at an outdoor rally, imagine what would happen to him in Caracas.
They're allowing the.
And I don't think that necessarily the government's going to be, you know, unless he's got something to offer, right, to Maduro. I don't think the government's necessarily going to be friendly to him either.
Criminals to come in from other countries into the United States of America. She is destroying our country. And nobody covers that better than Greg.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know what? We want to respect your time, but I saw you at the border today.
Do you see how they're trying to help him out? They're trying to save him from himself. Now, as we can see, there's like 5 more minutes of this. There's 5 more minutes of this interview with Trump, right? This impromptu interview that they didn't ask for, but they're getting because Trump can't shut the fuck up. And he's got to vent. Right, and he vented on Fox News, and now he's venting on Newsmax, and he's, you know, they're trying to save him from himself. They're like, this isn't going to be good for your campaign. We actually do want, I mean, Newsmax is like 100% in the tank for Donald Trump. It might as well be Trump News, and even they're trying to get him off. That not in that sense, chat. They're not trying to get him off like that. I mean, they're trying to get him off the air. They're trying to get him to hang up the phone before he face dials, before he butt dials with his face more, right? Because this isn't good for him. This is him doing a cope stream, right? We talk about cope streams. We talk about streamers doing cope streams, having, you know, bad events like President Sunday's appearance on the Hippy Dippy, and then going back to their own streams to cope about it, to go talk to some other streamer, go talk to Aiko and cope about it, right? This is a cope stream for the 45th president of the United States.
Mercedes just brought it up. I saw you with those families.
Yeah, he should be persona non grata in Venezuela, considering that he's the reason, like, a lot of the misery that's going on in Venezuela is due to those sanctions. He also tried to run a coup, a very unsuccessful, a very laughable, a very clown car kind of coup, but he did try to, you know, install his own dude there.
You have a big heart. I know you do. And anybody who doubts it doesn't know you, or they...
I mean, that might be true, like, that might be true physiologically, right? He might have some cardiac hypertrophy going on. I wouldn't doubt that. I'm sure that the former president has a very big heart.
Been lied to about you. The fake news is, as you see, a monolith, and they are trying to do anything they can to stop you. Going forward, next couple of months, is there anything you might be able to do, whether it's different, whether it's, I don't know, to show people who you really are, to get through this, all the lies that they heard about you tonight? They are lying about you constantly. I think there are good people out there, maybe even on the left, who...
They're good people on both sides.
...might come to your side if they really knew what was at stake, if they really could find out who you are.
Well, they do.
This is some cult speak. If you only knew our leader, right? You would understand. If you only knew who he truly is, that he truly is a fantastic man with a big heart that embraces all people. If you only knew. He's not racist. He's not misogynist. He's not a fucking multiple, like, sex criminal. That's just what the courts say. No, he's a great and wonderful man, and he is God's chosen. He is God's chosen messenger, in fact.
And her speech was, so many different things about Social Security. She's going to ruin Social Security, not me. She came up with things like, I'm going to destroy Social Security. I'm going to terminate it or something. It's
Look,
crazy. And
here's the sad truth, all right? And I want to be 100 with you on this, right? Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are a danger to Social Security. because there's two ways to fix Social Security. So we do have an issue where like the funding could run out in like 2030 something, right? And there's two ways to fix that. There's the good way to fix that, which is lifting the cap, right? There's a tax that you pay into every time you get a paycheck. If you're like most people, it's a certain amount of your income. But if you are wealthy and your income is huge, then it gets capped at a certain level. Once you make over a certain amount, you're not paying taxes, you're not paying Social Security on that stuff, right? That cap could be and should be and needs to be lifted, right? That's the real way to fix Social Security. Now, in the Washington centrist consensus, there's a lot of people that are saying that what needs to happen is the age of retirement should be raised. So in other words, you don't get access to that Social Security for longer, or the benefits should be reduced. So in other words, the already insufficient amount of money that you get paid from Social Security, it is it's going to be lowered, right? And that is literally taking stuff that people have paid into and not giving it back to them. Right? They'll talk about it as an entitlement, that you get the feeling that, oh, it's just something that you're entitled to. It's like a government program. No, it's literally something you paid into. It's literally something you pay into all your life. And if those benefits get cut or your age of retirement gets raised, you got ripped the fuck off. And you got ripped off by, people that have a lot more money than you do. And that's a sad thing. And it's a sad thing that Obama tried to make that deal. Obama tried to make that deal with the Republicans. And the only reason he wasn't able to do that was because the Republicans didn't want to give the first black president a win, which it somehow would have been considered a great monumental achievement. You fixed Social Security, right? By fucking over, the people that need it the most. But that sort of shit will get great articles written about you in Politico. And that's what Obama was going for. And luckily, the Republicans did not give it to him. But yeah, I don't doubt that there is some danger of Kamala. I'm not saying her name right. He keeps on fucking up of Kamala not being, of Kamala doing the same sort of thing. There's not a lot of appetite in the centrist, the power structure of the Democratic Party to do the right thing, which would be to raise the cap, because that would hurt some, donors. That would hurt some, the interest of capital. And the Democratic Party is always trying to walk that tightrope in between their base and their donors. So they're both a danger to Social Security, if truth be known. But Donald Trump more so, obviously.
But she is going to terminate it because she's allowing illegal migrants to come in.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Okay, so how do illegal migrants interact with Social Security? To get a job, under the table, right? To be an undocumented worker, as, a lot of them do, they need a Social Security number. Where do they get one? They steal it. They steal it from you, chat. They steal it from you. And since they're working and not retiring, them stealing your Social Security number means their wages going into your Social Security fund. So they're stealing your number and they're putting retirement dollars away for you, right? That's how bad immigrants are. That's how evil they are. They come across our border, they steal your Social Security number, and they add to your retirement. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Right? But he's trying to make it sound like they come in and they're getting Social Security payments. That's not how Social Security fucking works, right? These people are coming into work. They're working in an undocumented way, so they're being exploited by American corporations, and they are having to contribute to Americans' Social Security savings in order to be able to work. I mean, the people that are, and these are the people that they want you to be mad about. These are the people that they want you to hate. These are the people that they want you to fear, right? These people putting money in your fucking retirement savings.
And be put on Social Security and Medicare They're taking over our schools, our hospitals. They're destroying our country, and they're killing lots of people, killing and maiming lots of people.
Yeah, no, they actually kill less people proportionately than citizens. They commit less crime proportionately than citizens, right? They are coming into our country and they are lowering our crime rate.
These are serious.
And you can understand why, right? You're in a very, precarious position as an undocumented worker, right? Your company, if you do anything that pisses them off, like let's say you try to unionize your workplace, right? Your company can literally call ICE on you. You're in a very precarious sort of, situation there. You don't want to attract attention to yourself. You don't want to get law enforcement involved, right? That it doesn't make any sense, but he's just going to say this fucking line that he always does to make you afraid of the other, this other person that you don't understand. You don't know people from Venezuela. You don't understand what's going on. You don't know why there's immigration. The truth of the matter, as I already told you, is there's immigration from Venezuela because of him, because of his fucking sanctions, right? Causing hyperinflation and all kinds of immiseration of Venezuela. But he wants you to be afraid of these people.
Criminal people. They're coming out of prisons, and the only thing good.
Yeah, they're working hard and keeping a low profile is what they're doing, as Simone says.
That they make our criminals look like nice people. I mean, these are really rough, tough, vicious people.
No, they make our citizens look like criminals because they are committing crimes at a much lower rate, right? It's the opposite. It's the opposite of what he's saying.
People, and she's allowed them to flow in by the tens of millions. I believe the real number is 20 million. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, Mercedes, but the father of Greg, the father of the man that you're with, was a great police commissioner. I think he's the longest-serving commissioner, police commissioner in New York. We could use Ray. We could use him because we really need guys like that. That man was something really special. New York was safe. But, of course, he didn't have the problem of having hundreds of thousands of people coming in from prisons of other countries.
He didn't have the problem of the metastasization of a failed immigration policy that the Republicans and Democrats for decades have been unable to fix.
We are like a dumping ground for the entire world.
No. Cities like New York are a dumping ground for Greg Abbott and Texas, right? Who send these people, they get federal money to deal with immigration, right? But then they send the immigrants to other states that don't get that money and that don't have those, don't have that infrastructure.
And this is not just South America. They're coming in from Africa, the Congo in Africa, from prison.
Yeah, I was going to say, Donald Trump really does like his bacon, doesn't he?
In the Congo. They're coming in from Asia. They're coming in from the Middle East. Rough places, too. Rough places.
Wait, did he say Canada? He said Canada this time. He actually said Canada. Look, here's how puerile his fucking policy is, right? You got an issue. It's immigration. People from other countries coming in here. But we see the map. This is the United States. That's another country. You shouldn't be able to go from here to there without, I don't know, like, without being super wealthy and being able to, be one of the few people allowed to immigrate, right? So what's the solution? We build a hermetic seal in between here and there. We build a giant wall at great expense. We take it out of the military budget, which is already fucking bloated as it is. And then that's not enough. We got to put another wall on the northern border. We make a hermetic seal in between the countries so that the lines on the map can correspond to some kind of geographical feature, even though they're literally just fucking lines.
To our country, and what they're doing is just...
He didn't have South America emptying their asylums of Hannibal Lecter into our country. That's true. Yeah, he didn't have 1 million Hannibal Lecters coming in to
and it's just like
have a friend for dinner.
Today,
have a citizen for dinner. I don't know.
That they're committing 818,000 jobs. They defrauded the public. They thought it was going to hang out until after the election.
This is a fucking revision, right? There was a lot of jobs created, and so this time the revision is bigger. He's calling it fraud, though.
Election, but there was a leaker in statistics in the Department of Labor that released the information. Almost 1 million people, they said, had jobs. We created new jobs. It turned out to be a total fraud. That's not a revision. You know, that's not a revision, Greg.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not that number. That's the highest number anybody's ever seen. There's never been a number like that. Almost 1 million jobs. It was a fraud. There's no number. And
It is literally a revision. That's literally what it is.
they're going to hold out until after November 5th, the most important day in the history of our country. That's Election Day. And I just ask your viewers to get out and vote. And the nice thing about your viewers, they're 100% for Trump. That I can tell you. 100.
That's the only thing that he said so far that I can 100% verify is true.
100%. Your show is fantastic.
Mr. President, we thank you very much. I know you had a long day. So, look, New York needed...
Yeah, except for the ones that are for Nick Fuentes, who's probably too young to run for president. They are 100% Trump. Now, chat, I'm told that there's some interest in taking a look at our friend, the late, great Robert F. Kennedy. Is that correct? Chat wants to see what's going on with RFK. We got some RFK content here. Okay, so we got RFK dropping out in a provisional way, right? It sounds like he's going to stay on the polls where he thinks he can help Trump, right, by siphoning votes away from Harris, and he's going to withdraw where he's would potentially be siphoning votes away from Trump. He's been trying to make a deal. Apparently, has reached out to both campaigns to try to get some kind of transactional quid pro quo with you know, a job in the administration or something like that. But it sounds like he got a better deal from Trump. Also, I don't think the Harris campaign wants anything to do with this guy. I'm not even sure Trump wants anything to do with this guy, right? He's suspending... Okay, so RFK... Jr. Let's take a look at what he's got to say. I've got to pee, so... Oh, wait, I'm told there's some music here. Oh, no, maybe the other one's the one with music. God, he's so, like, perfect for a wax museum, right? We say this about Biden, we say this about Trump, we say this about a lot of people, but... God damn. Right, there he is. There's no music, there's no fanfare, it's just RFK. All right, I'm gonna pee, I will be right back.
Months ago, in April of 2023, I launched my campaign for President of the United States. I began this journey as a Democrat, the party of my father, my uncle, the party which I pledged my own allegiance to long before I was old enough to vote. I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats...
I've got to pee. I'll be right back.
Authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars. We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. when it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision. Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures. I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of attorneys and millions of dollars to handle all the legal challenges from the DNC. The naysayers told us that we were climbing a glass version of Mount Impossible. So the first thing I want to tell you is that we proved them wrong. We did it because beneath the radar of mainstream media organs, we inspired a massive independent political movement. More than 100,000 volunteers sprang into action, hopeful that they could reverse our nation's decline. Many worked 10-hour days, sometimes in blizzards and blazing heat. They sacrificed family time, personal commitments, and sleep month after month, energized by a shared vision of a nation healed of its divisions. They set up tables at churches and farmers' markets. They canvassed door to door. In Utah and in New Hampshire, volunteers collected signatures in snowstorms, convincing each supporter to stop in the frigid cold, to take off their gloves, and to sign legibly. During a heat wave in Nevada, I met a tall, athletic volunteer who cheerfully told me that he had lost 25 pounds collecting signatures in 117-degree heat. To finance this effort, young Americans donated their lunch money and...
Their lunch money? No, come on. Come on. Look, if I found out that a senior citizen had, on a fixed income, was like, you know, donating subs to me, I would feel really bad. I would try to, like, I don't know, like, see if I could start a GoFundMe for them or something like that. You know, like a child. Is that even legal for a fucking, like, lunch money? You're talking about, like, a high schooler. His voice is so rash. Was he a smoker? No, he's actually got cancer. He's actually got, like, I mean, there's like a reason that he sounds like this, and it's, you know, a health issue that he suffers from. So a vocal cord injury? No, I think it's, I thought it was like cancer related, and it's not like lung cancer, right? It's not like a smoking. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it sounds like a pretty bad. People from Nevada pronounce the first A as a flat A, like land, Nevada, Nevada. Do they really call it Nevada? God, it's so weird, right? There's like, yeah, all these cities, like if you actually like live there, they pronounce their names different. How can he say big tech when Trump's VP choice is literally, yeah, the handmaiden of big tech? JD Vance.
I'd like to introduce everyone to Robert, or bring on Robert.
God, their audio is so terrible. Their audio is like terrible.
F. Kennedy Jr.
I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting.
It was actually hepatitis from, oh my gosh. Well, he does talk about his past. He does talk about like his, like, and you know, like, okay, so yeah, apparently he suffered from addiction issues early on in his life. And it's weird because when he's confronted on breaking points about this, you know, assault that he is reported to have committed on one of his childcare workers, his excuse is like, I did a lot of stuff when I was younger that I'm not proud of, right? So instead of like denying, or like they're giving him a chance to say like, hey, there's these accusations against you in Vanity Fair. Do you have anything to say about that? Like, because most people would be like, no, I did not do that, right? If you were innocent, you'd think that that's what you'd say. His answer is not a denial. His answer is like, I did a lot of things when I was younger that I'm not super proud of, right? And he was like in his 40s. He was in his 40s at this time, so.
16 months ago, in April of 2023, I launched...
Like the A in bad, so Nevada instead of Nevada? Oh, I see.
...my campaign for President of the United States. I began this journey as a Democrat, the party of my father, my uncle, the party which I pledged my own allegiance to long before I was old enough to vote. I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats stood against authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars. We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision. Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures. I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of attorneys and millions of dollars to handle all the legal challenges from the DNC. The naysayers told us that we were climbing a glass version of Mount Impossible. So the first thing I want to tell you is that we proved them wrong. We did it because beneath the radar of mainstream media organs, we inspired a massive independent political movement. More than 100,000 volunteers sprang into action, hopeful that they could reverse our nation's decline. Many worked 10-hour days, sometimes in blizzards and blazing heat. They sacrificed family time, personal commitments, and sleep month after month, energized by a shared vision of a nation healed of its divisions. They set up tables at churches and farmers' markets. They canvassed door to door. In Utah and in New Hampshire, volunteers collected signatures in snowstorms, convincing each supporter to stop in the frigid cold, to take off their gloves, and to sign legibly. During a heat wave in Nevada, I met a tall, athletic volunteer who cheerfully told me that he had lost 25 pounds collecting signatures in 117-degree heat. To finance this effort, young Americans donated their lunch money, and senior citizens gave up part of their Social Security checks. Our 50-state organization collected those.
So, Modson, Twitch want me to remind you that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break that's about to hit right now. You got a very short amount of time to get yourself a sub. You can do that by using a Twitch Prime for free. You can spend $6 to get yourself a sub, or you could possibly be gifted a sub by somebody that's gifting subs. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat, as very few Twitch chatters seem to be right now. So you might want to increase your activity level or else face the fury of the ad break, which is going to hit you any second now. Any second we're going to have that ad break.
Millions of signatures and more. No presidential campaign in American political history has ever done that. And so I want to thank all of those dedicated volunteers and congratulate the campaign staff. who coordinated.
So just so we're understanding about RFK, right? You can say a lot about third-party candidates, and you can say a lot about how the odds are vastly stacked against them, right? Especially a third-party candidate that actually has the best interests of the American people in mind, which is, you know, they're still few and far between. But we got to understand him for what he was, as has been revealed, right? He was in the tank for Trump the whole time. This was not a campaign where RFK Jr. was trying to become president. This is not a campaign that, you know, this is an extension of the Trump campaign, right? He is there to siphon votes from the Democrat, with, you know, the calculation being that low information voters that are looking for somebody to vote for besides Sleepy Joe would see a familiar name of Kennedy on the ballot and think that maybe this is like, you know, if you don't want to, if you're not impressed with Biden's policies, that this is going to be, you know, this is a real Democrat, right? Which in some ways, like, Biden wasn't. It's hard to explain, right? He's better. Biden's been better on labor issues overall, although there's some major exceptions to that. But he's been way worse than even the last Democratic presidency, Obama's presidency, when it comes to foreign affairs, when it comes to specifically Gaza, right? Obama at least stood up to Israel when it came to issues of like settlements and stuff. And Biden has just done the bear hug strategy, which is like give Israel everything that they fucking want, and then try to like whisper in their ear, hey, you want to do a ceasefire? Hey, you want to stop like murdering children? Hey, you want to, this isn't great for you, like, you know, PR wise, right? You are a pariah nation on the order of South Africa at this point, right? You want to maybe change your mind about some of this shit? And of course that doesn't fucking work. Of course, and I even doubt how much that was even done. So yeah, you've got RFK as a candidate to siphon votes away from the Democrats. Even though he's worse on labor issues, he's worse on he's much worse on in terms of Gaza, and on, you know, when it comes to public health, he's an absolute train wreck. It's like literally, you might as well vote for ivermectin, right? You might as well vote for BoJack Horseman as your presidential candidate, because that's what you're getting here. That's who he is. He is 100% a conspiracy theorist in like some of the most dangerous ways possible. But yeah, he's there to siphon votes away from Biden, and there's been phone calls released by members of his own family. This is the biggest like tell on RFK Jr. is that his own family will tell you what he's actually up to, and that he was seeking a job in the Trump administration, and that he was working for Trump the whole fucking time. That's why he's there. That's what he's doing, and that's who he is, right? The brainworm was Donald Trump the whole time.
This enormous logistical feat. Your accomplishments were regarded as impossible. You carried me up that glass mountain. You pulled off a miracle. You achieved what all the pundits said could never be done.
So while the American people do indeed deserve a choice, right, do indeed deserve better than the Democratic Party, and I have said that from the get-go, and I will never stop saying that. This ain't it. This ain't even close. This isn't even in the right direction. It's in the wrong direction. And it's a cynical attempt to essentially steal an election for Donald Trump. That's what he's trying to do. He didn't get away with it. He got exposed. And his vice presidential candidate basically admitted as much on a podcast that she went on. So we've been watching all this stuff. We've been looking at all this stuff. The secret phone call between him and Donald Trump, where Donald Trump is basically, you know, saying that he's on the same side as him as far as vaccines go. Trump doesn't say that with his chest. He doesn't say that out loud. He's saying that on the phone call with RFK. But I mean, these two have been working together. This is a setup.
I have my deepest gratitude, and I'm never going to forget that. Not just for what you did for my campaign, but for the sacrifices you made because you love our country. You showed everyone that democracy is still possible here. It continues to survive in the press and in the idealistic human energies that still thrive beneath a canvas of neglect and of official and institutional corruption. Today, I'm here to tell you that I will not allow your efforts to go to waste. I'm here to tell you that I will leverage your tremendous accomplishments to serve the ideals that we share, the ideals of peace, of prosperity, of freedom, of health, all the ideals that motivated my campaign. I'm here today to describe the path forward that you've opened with your commitment and with your hard labors. Now, in an honest system, I believe that I would have won the election. In a system that like kind that
you would have won the election.
My uncles.
No. Let me just be real with you. Let me be real with you, right? I would have liked it if RFK had been doing better in the polls, because that might have encouraged some of the media to actually report on his fucking scandals, on his fucking issues, right? This guy is credibly accused of sexual assault. And the only reason that you haven't heard about that day and night is because he was never credibly accused of being in contention for winning the election. He was never a real factor in the election other than potentially a spoiler. And actually a spoiler for both campaigns, because when people started to find out what he was about, he's in some ways more Trump than Trump. He's anti-vax, but unlike Trump, he doesn't try to walk the line. He doesn't try to walk the tightrope. He just says it, right? If he had been closer to potentially winning the election, he would have had his life ruined. He would have been a pariah. He would have lost all of his friends, right? There would have been major reporting on his accusers. There would have been interviews with these women. And people would have found out how he treats his employees, which is like he victimizes them. Like according to, the article in Vanity Fair, like allegedly he victimizes them. Yeah, this guy is the picture of delusion, the very picture of delusions of grandeur.
A system with open debates, with fair primaries, with regularly scheduled debates, with fair primaries, and with a truly independent media untainted by government propaganda and censorship. In a system of nonpartisan courts. And
look, you are so lucky you did not get more media attention, right? If the media had started to look into this guy's background, they would have feasted. If this guy was one of the contenders for the presidency, if we had like a Perot style, 30%, 30%, 30%, type of election where this guy was actually, had a lot of popular support behind him, they would have absolutely, this guy would have turned into a buffet for the media, right? He's got so many skeletons in his closet. His skeletons have skeletons in their closet.
Election boards, everything would be different. After all, the polls consistently showed me beating each of the other candidates, both in favorability and also in head-to-head matchups. But I'm sorry to say that while democracy may still be alive at the grassroots, it has become little more than a slogan for our political institutions, for our media, and for our government.
The sad thing about RFK is, he's not just taking down his own campaign here, but he's taking down the idea of a third-party candidate. Like, he's saying things that are very true in terms of the media not having a lot of interest in a third-party candidate, in terms of there being this sort of, duopoly on the elections with the major parties, in terms of the fact that there probably needs to be something like, there needs to be a form of voting where you can vote for a third party because that's the candidate that you want, but you can select a secondary candidate should that person not be in contention, right? All these things are true. All these things do need to happen. The major two parties do suck. But this guy sucks even more. This guy is a corrupt, brain-wormed weirdo.
And most sadly at all for me, the Democratic Party, in the name of saving democracy, The Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate.
Again, if you want to know what's wrong with the Democratic Party, look at the election in 2020. There was supposed to be a red wave. That was supposed to be, a big year for Republicans. And they should have probably taken the Senate and taken the House as well. However, they didn't. And they didn't because the Republican Party is the dog that finally caught the car being Roe versus Wade, right? They've been anti-abortion for years and years and years. And at this point, the United States, the people in the U.S. have decided that they believe in the right of a pregnant person to choose how, whether to have that pregnancy or not, right? But they caught the car and they took down Roe versus Wade. And now you've got states where there's a Trump abortion ban in effect there. And people don't like it, right? So because of the Roe versus Wade issue and probably other issues as well, the Republicans underperformed in that election, right? They underperformed in the Senate. They didn't win the Senate. That should have been so easy. They had such a good map. Like their map was set up where it would be hard for them not to win the Senate, and they didn't win the Senate. They somehow avoided taking power in the Senate, right? Now, as far as the House of Representatives, they won the House of Representatives largely because of the actions of the Democratic Party in New York State with moves that they had made to try to prevent progressive primary challengers. They fucked with the districts, right? You know this about Bowman losing, and in 2020, they had fucked with the map to the point where I think a judge came in and rescinded their gerrymandering. Their gerrymandering was not going after the Republicans. Their gerrymandering was going after primary candidates. They didn't want another AOC to happen. They didn't want another Jamal Bowman to happen, right? So they messed with the districts and they got that slapped down by the court. This caused the Republicans to have a better than expected year in New York State, a state where they are not competitive at all, comparatively speaking to other states, right? And so, yeah, the Democratic Party is really dirty when it comes to stuff like that. So, I mean, we know this, right?
Win in a fair election at the voting booth, the DNC waged continual legal warfare against both President Trump and myself. Each time that our volunteers turned in those towering boxes of signatures needed to get on the ballot, the DNC dragged us into court, state after state, attempting to erase their work and to subvert the will of the voters who had signed those petitions. It deployed DNC-aligned judges to throw me and other candidates off the ballot and to throw President Trump in jail. It ran a sham primary that was rigged to prevent any serious challenge to President.
No, this is highly fucked up. This is highly fucked up because now he's tying in Trump's corruption. The fact that Donald Trump is the most criminal president possibly in history, certainly since Nixon. He's tying that shit in with the very real truth that the Democratic Party does go after third parties, does go after even like primary candidates, like progressive primary candidates, does try to keep the races from being competitive and tries to ensure the dominance of, centrist Democratic candidates on the ballot, right? That part is true. But now he's tying it to Trump's lies. Yeah. No, he's incredibly harmful to any kind of real third party movement.
Biden. Then, when a predictably bungled debate performance precipitated the palace coup against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives.
It's not a fucking palace coup. Biden dropped out. All right. Biden, after being convinced, because guess what? When you are undergoing cognitive decline, the last person to recognize that is you. And there needs to be an intervention. And just like many Americans have that intervention, asking grandpa to hand over the keys, right? Telling grandpa that he needs to not be driving anymore, right? The Democrats did that intervention with Joe Biden. And he was convinced at long last that he did not have the capacity to run for president. And that was obvious to anyone who watched that freaking debate. But he's trying to make this sound anti-democratic. There's a ton of shit that's anti-democratic about the American political system. There's a ton of shit that's anti-democratic about the Democratic Party. But this literally ain't it. This is literally not it. This is democracy working. This is the party responding to its voters. And you know, to anybody with eyes that can see that Joe Biden is unable to continue as the candidate.
Appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided.
See, this is the thing. His family doesn't want him talking about his uncle and his father. His uncle's JFK. His father is RFK. This is, you know, he is. As many you know, scandals as have befallen the Kennedy family, I don't think that there's anyone. I feel like he's the worst.
Themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted.
So yeah, look, now we're going to see in a second a speech with Trump, but this is a speech for Trump. This is a Trump stump speech, right? You know, he starts off with, there was a glass mountain and we couldn't climb it ourselves. And all of you volunteers, you've done so much work. I'm so thankful to all of you for donating your lunch money to his fucking campaign, this incredibly rich man's campaign. But very quickly, it transitions into being a Trump stump speech. This is essentially a pro-Trump speech at this point.
35 days. This is profoundly undemocratic. How are people to choose when they don't know whom they are choosing? And how can this look to the rest of the world? My father and my uncle were all...
Okay, so now let's talk about his signatures to get him on the ballot. I'm reading you a story from, this is New York Times here. On Friday, a longtime friend of RFK Jr.'s, the independent candidate for president, delivered boxes carrying 110,000 signatures to election officials in Arizona to secure ballot access in a critical battleground state. So that's important because his effect is not as a contender. He was never a contender. His effect is as a spoiler. His effect is as in his role to siphon votes. You know, he hoped from the Harris campaign, but in actuality, it ended up with him siphoning votes kind of equally, or maybe even in some cases more from Trump, which is appropriate because he's closer to Trump in terms of his politics, right? So yeah, the vast majority of these signatures, according to two people closely involved with the campaign's operation, were not gathered by local volunteers or even by paid canvassers working for the campaign. Instead, the people said they came from a super PAC backing Mr. Kennedy that gathered signatures across Arizona for months ago, months ago, but set them aside after their effort prompted legal challenges. The issue of who collected those signatures is critical because the coordination between super PACs and campaign committees is banned under federal law. So again, what do we have here? Corruption. He's talking about the corruption of the Democratic Party trying to keep him off the ballot. I'm reading about the corruption of a super PAC trying to get him on the ballot in the first place, right? This is why he's like the worst messenger for the very true, for the truth that you know, there is, like, the fix is in on third-party candidates. Meant to, The issue of who elected signatures is critical because the coordination between super PACs and campaign committees is banned under federal law, though that rule meant to limit the influence of mega donors on the campaign has steadily eroded in recent years, as regulators have allowed exceptions and political groups have found workarounds. Among other prohibitions, super PACs are not allowed to give in-kind contributions to campaigns, basically providing services free of charge. On Monday, Stephanie Spear, a Kennedy campaign spokeswoman, said that she could not confirm that account. What the campaign knows is that Kennedy supporters Friday submitted 110,000 signatures in Phoenix, more than double the required 42,303 signatures, she said. Asked if the campaign knew where the signatures had come from, she said, "That's all the information I have now." Top officials, so in other words, this is the guy that's claiming corruption, which we know is out there, claiming, a duopoly, which is definitely true. There's a duopoly of the two parties, right? But he's benefiting from a fucking super PAC here. And they're literally no commenting the question of where the signatures come from. Top officials on the Kennedy campaign had discussed as recently as early August how they could use the signatures gathered by the super PAC American Values 2024 to apply for ballot access in Arizona, according to two people who were granted anonymity to describe what they had regarded as potentially illegal, potentially illegal arrangement. The campaign's situation was dire. Volunteers in Arizona had been able to collect more than 9,000 signatures, over 9,000, far short of the more than 42,000 valid signatures needed, according to two people and a third person who had been briefed on the volunteers' efforts. At the same time, the campaign was running short of cash that would be required to hire a canvassing company to gather more signatures. At the end of July, according to the campaign finance report filed on Monday, the campaign had $3.9 million on hand and owed $3.5 million. The campaign's discussions about the super PAC signatures caused internal division because of the concerns that using them could put the campaign in legal jeopardy. The two people involved with the campaign said representatives for the American Values, that's the PAC, did not respond to the detailed request for comments. Mr. Kennedy's friend, who handed in the signatures, an Arizona businessman named Glenn Rink, who has ties to Mr. Kennedy through the environmental movement, did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Asarav Ghosh, the director of federal campaign finance reform at the Campaign Legal Center, a watchdog group, said that the circumstances raised legal questions, particularly given the history of the super PAC's signature collection efforts. It certainly sounds like a situation that involves coordination and the involvement of the super PAC making an illegal in-kind contribution to the campaign, Mr. Ghosh said. Adding, giving the campaign this plausible deniability about their involvement, I think, is extremely problematic. Since leaving the Democratic Party last fall and becoming an independent candidate, Mr. Kennedy has embarked on an expensive, time-consuming, and logistically complex effort to get on presidential ballots in all 50 states. The campaign has spent millions of dollars on signature gathering firms and other ballot access expenses, largely bankrolled by his running mate, Nicole Shanahan. So he apparently, this is according to Jesse Ventura, right? The selection of running mates was down between Nicole Shanahan, a Silicon Valley investor who was once married to the Google co-founder Sergey Brin, and Jesse Ventura. And Shanahan was chosen because of her ability to bankroll the campaign. As of Monday, according to the New York Times analysis, Mr. Kennedy was officially on the ballot in 19 states. The campaign was waiting for the state approval of at least a dozen more. He has faced legal charges in several states, including New York. So he's complaining about legal charges, right? He's complaining about harassment by the Democratic Party, and I have no doubt that, on some level that may have happened, right? But some of these legal challenges are due to the way in which the signatures were gathered, sort of the dubious nature of this campaign, including in New York, where a judge this month ruled that his petition was invalid because it was based upon a sham address he maintained, based on a sham address he maintained for residency purposes. In the early months, Mr. Kennedy's push for ballot access, American Values, which has been supported by $25 million in contributions from Timothy Mellon, a reclusive Republican billionaire. Who's behind the Kennedy campaign and their push for ballot access? A reclusive Republican billionaire said it would spend more than $10 million to help with access. All right, so yeah, that's
always conscious of America's image abroad because of our nation's role as the template for democracy, the role model for democratic processes, and the leader of the free world. Instead of showing us her substance and character, the DNC and its media organs engineered a surge of popularity for Vice President Harris based upon, well, nothing. No policies, no interviews, no debates, only smoke and mirrors and balloons in a highly produced Chicago circus. There in Chicago, a string of Democratic speakers mentioned Donald Trump 147 times just on the first day. Oh, who needs a policy when you have Trump to hate? In contrast, at the RNC convention, President Biden was mentioned only twice in 4 days.
Look, you can talk about the lack of policy of like the Clinton campaign and maybe even the Harris campaign, and the fact that a meme candidate, a joke candidate, who, you know, the punchline to the joke is fascism. All right, let's be real. The punchline of the joke is the end of fucking democracy, right? It's a very dark joke. It's a very dark joke, but a joke nonetheless, right? It does allow Democrats to do what they always want to do, which is run on nothing, run on vibes, run on we are the alternative, run on the other guy is a shit show. But that's because Donald Trump is a shit show. And if you had a real candidate running against the Democratic Party, they would not be able to get away with that, right? The things that he's complaining about are real, right? The Democrats do not want to plant their flag, do not want to make promises, do not want to do anything for their base at all. And, you know, when you have shit tier candidates like Donald Trump, like shit show candidates like Donald Trump, it gives them a feeling that they can like any amount of space that they're able to fill up with talking about the other candidate, right, is space that they don't need to fill out with policy, which is really what we want to see from them, and policy that's beneficial towards the base of the Democratic Party, towards the people that they want to vote for. That is true. But the fact that the Kennedy is the messenger for this is actually harmful to the message.
I do interviews every day. Many of you have interviewed me. Anybody who asks gets to interview me. Some days I do as many as 10. President Trump, who actually was nominated and won an election, also does interviews daily. How did the Democratic Party choose a candidate?
So it's either you're going to get complained that you don't do rallies or your rally size isn't very big. Now that Kamala's rally size is big, now the complaint is she doesn't do interviews, right? It's just like, what the fuck? Make up your mind.
That has never done an interview or debate during the entire election cycle. We know the answers. They did it by weaponizing the government agencies. They did it by abandoning democracy. They did it by suing the opposition.
The sad thing is there probably are low information Andes that did place their hopes in RFK's candidacy. And to see their energy shunted towards the most corrupt president in the history possibly of the United States, who's got charges chasing him, not because his opponent, not because the person that won the election is corrupt and is sending law enforcement after him, but because he broke the fucking law, right? That's got to be a huge black pill for those people that wanted to see RFK as a legitimate alternative to the duopoly of the two parties, to the uniparty, if you will, right? And now he's just like surprised. He pulls off the mask and it's Donald Trump. And that's what it's been the whole time. That's what his whole campaign was about. His whole campaign was for the benefit of Mr. Trump.
And by disenfranchising American voters. What most alarms me isn't how the Democratic Party conducts its internal affairs or runs its candidates. What alarms me is the resort to censorship and media control. And
look, what alarms me is that at the top of every hour on Twitch, there's a 3-minute ad break that is unskippable. Unlike your ads on YouTube, which you can just press a button to skip, the ad break on Twitch, it works different, all right? You can skip it, but you've got to do it the right way. And you can do it with a Twitch, you can do it with a Prime membership. If you hook up your Prime to Twitch, you can do it for free, or you can do it for $6 by paying $6 to get yourself a sub. You could also possibly do it by being gifted a sub, although that sort of thing is more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat. So I don't see a lot of activity in the chat right now, meaning that there's probably going to be another ad break, and there's probably going to be more people sucked right into it.
the weaponization of the federal agencies. When a U.S. president colludes with or outright coerces media companies to censor political speech, it's an attack on our most sacred right of free expression, and that's the very right upon which all of our other constitutional rights rest. President Biden mocked Vladimir Putin's 88% landslide in the Russian elections, observing that Putin and his party controlled the Russian press, and that Putin prevented serious opponents from appearing on the ballot. But here in America, the DNC also prevented opponents from appearing on the ballot. And our television networks exposed themselves as Democratic Party organs over the course of more than a year in a campaign where my poll numbers reached at times in the high 20s. The DNC-aligned mainstream media networks maintain a near perfect embargo on interviews with me. During his 10-month presidential...
The thing is, this absolutely discredits the fuck out of third-party candidates, right? Because there is a truth to the fact that if you are a legitimate third-party candidate, you're probably not going to get interviews, right? You're probably going to get ignored by the media. But there's a reason that he's ignored by the media, and that's because he's not a serious candidate, right? So him crying wolf on this and saying, I'm a fucking victim, I'm a victim of the goddamn media and the conspiracy, like, this just discredits it, right? This is the sad thing about his campaign.
Campaign in 1992.
He's actually hurting third-party candidates right here.
Ross Perot gave 34 interviews on mainstream networks. In contrast, during the 16 months since I declared, ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, and CNN.
Ross Perot, from my understanding, was a bit of a nutter, a bit of a conspiracy theorist himself, right? But his campaign was infinitely more serious, right? He wasn't in there to be a spoiler, although he may have been a spoiler. I suspect he was actually a spoiler for the party that he had less in common with, right? His presence in the election may have thrown the election to Bill Clinton, which is, further from his point of view than Bush, right? But yeah, Perot was a serious candidate in some ways. And he wasn't there as a spoiler. He wasn't there, to do the dirty work of one of the candidates, right?
Combined, gave only 2 live interviews from me. Those networks instead ran a continuous deluge of hit pieces with inaccurate, often vile, pejorative.
Yeah, Christian Strand says they called Marianne unserious as well, and the media. Well, okay, so I don't know. I don't know if either of these are a good example, right? Like Marianne has proposed things like vibes-based AIDS cures, right? Marianne has got some like history that it doesn't make her an ideal candidate for president either. But I will say that Marianne Williamson is a more serious candidate than RFK Jr. That's true. Again, you know, you gotta find a good messenger for this message, because if you tie it to somebody that has, like, you know, major unexplainable skeletons in their closet, then it just becomes cope. It just becomes a cope for any candidate that wants to run, you know. And I don't know, like I'm trying to think of an example, like David Miscavige, the Scientology guy. Let's say he starts to run for president, and then he says the same thing. It's like the media wouldn't meet with me. They wouldn't, you know, take my candidacy seriously. Well, you're the Scientology guy, right? There's a reason. There's a reason, right? But yeah, no, there are anytime somebody tries to come up and run in the obvious position, because the vacuum in the American Overton window is to the left, right? So whenever you get a candidate that's like a, you know, social democrat or left, they do get frozen out. And there's not an explanation for that as far as them not being serious candidates, right?
And defamatory smears. Some of those same networks and colluded with the DNC to keep me off the debate stage. Representatives of those networks are in this room right now, and I'll just take a moment to ask you to consider.
Like, I will say about Marianne Williamson, her platform was pretty good. All right, her platform was pretty good, but when I see her go on these different shows and just cater to whoever the host is, you know, including transphobic hosts, I'm kind of like, I don't know what you really stand for, lady. I don't know which part that's real. What she did, essentially, was she synthesized the Sanders and the Warren campaigns from 2020 and is running on those ideas that proved very popular. And that almost, you know, resulted in Bernie Sanders being the candidate in 2020, would have resulted in Bernie Sanders being the candidate in 2020 had, you know, had the coordination not been in to have all the liberal candidates drop out on the same night and endorse Joe Biden. But the thing about Marianne is I just don't know how serious she is about anything, right? With so much drift in her campaign, with so much, you know, so much attempt to sort of please whoever she's in the room with, I don't know what she really stands for.
The many ways that your institutions have abdicated this really sacred responsibility, the duty of a free press to safeguard democracy and to challenge always the party in power, instead of maintaining that posture of fear, skepticism.
Wait, Marianne beats her staff? Is that confirmed? Or are you thinking of Klobuchar? I've never heard about her being physically violent with her staff. Is that a real thing?
Toward authority. Your institutions have made themselves government mouthpieces.
Dragon Princess says his voice hurts my head.
And stenographers.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it hurts your voice, right? Sometimes when somebody sounds like they're speaking with an incredibly sore throat, I get like empathy pains. You know what I mean? I also feel like my throat, like I feel their pain, you know?
For the organs of power.
Bad Lefty says, I heard Marianne is a bad boss.
You didn't alone cause the devolution of American democracy, but you could have prevented it. The Democratic Party's censorship of social media was even more of a naked exercise of executive power. This week, a federal judge, Terry Doty, upheld my injunction against President Biden, calling the White House's censorship project, quote, the most egregious violation of the First Amendment in the history of the United States of America. Doty's previous 155-page decision details how just 37 hours after he took the oath of office, swearing to uphold the Constitution, President Biden and his White House opened up a portal and then invited the CIA, the FBI,
Sorry, opened up a portal? I was thinking he was going to say and invited the devil himself to, no.
which is a censorship agency. It's the center of the censorship industrial complex. DHS.
Okay, so chat, if you want to know about like why I have reservations with Dr. Marianne Williamson, who again, like she charmed me in 2016, or was it 2016 or 2020? No, 2016 I think was the first time that she ran. You know, she's somebody that I'm given to like, right? And I even like the crunchy crystal mommy thing that she does, right? That in and of itself is not like a deal breaker for me. Marianne Williamson, there we go. You know what is a deal breaker though? I'm gonna have to find this.
The IRS and other agencies to censor me and other political dissidents on social media. Even today, users who try to post my campaign videos to Facebook or YouTube get messages that this content violates community standards. 2 days after Judge Doty rendered his decision this week, Facebook was still attaching warning labels to an online petition calling on ABC to include me in the upcoming debate. They said that violates community standards, their community standards. The mainstream media was once the guardian of the First Amendment and democratic principles, and it's joined this systemic attack on democracy. It also, the media justifies their censorship on the grounds of combating misinformation. But governments and oppressors don't censor lies. They don't fear lies. They fear the truth, and that's what they censor. And I don't want any of this to sound like a personal complaint, because it's not. For me, it's all part of a journey, and it's a journey that I signed up with. But I need to make these observations because I think they're critical for us doing the thing that we need to do as citizens in a democracy to assess where we are in this country and what our democracy still looks like and the assumptions about U.S. leadership around the globe. And are we really still a role model for democracy in this country? Or have we made it, a kind of a joke? And here's the good news. While mainstream outlets denied me a critical platform, they didn't shut down my ideas, which have especially flourished among young voters and independent voters, thanks to the alternative media. Many months ago, I promised the American people that I would withdraw from the race if I became a spoiler. A spoiler is someone
There we go. There we go.
to the outcome of the election, but has no chance of winning. In my heart, I no longer believe that I have a realistic path to electoral victory in the face of this relentless systematic censorship and media control. So I cannot in good conscience ask my staff and volunteers to keep working their long hours or ask my donors to keep giving when I cannot honestly tell them that I have a real path.
I'm sorry, but this undercuts you. This undercuts you greatly.
Polling consistently.
Now, I want to be clear. I want to be clear that Marianne did not go on Jimmy Dore to agree with him on everything, and there was a lot that he actually took exception to with what Dr. Williamson had to say about things like Ukraine, about the the pandemic. I mean, this one's 3 years ago, right? There's also, I think, an appearance from 1 year ago. But I saw her kind of just fold her takes into, being as compatible as she could make them with, just absolute ghouls like Jimmy Dore. And it just made me look at her as fundamentally unserious.
By staying on the ballot in the battleground states, I would likely hand the election over to the Democrats, with whom I disagree on the most existential issues: censorship, war, and chronic disease. Oh, I want everyone to know that I am not terminating my campaign. I am simply suspending it and not ending it. My name will remain on the ballot in most states. If you live in a blue state, you can vote for me without harming or helping President Trump or Vice President Harris. In red states, the same will apply. I encourage you to vote for me. And if enough of
So you see what he's doing? He's kind of a weasel, right? He's taking his name off the ballot in some states. Well, let's let him get to that.
you do vote for me, and neither of the major party candidates win 270 votes, which is quite possible. In fact, today our polling shows them tying at 269 to 269. And I could conceivably still end up in the White House in a contingent election. But in about 10 battleground states where my presence would be a spoiler, I'm going to remove my name. And I've already started that process and urge voters not to vote for me. It's with a sense of victory and not defeat that I'm suspending my campaign activities. Not only did we do the impossible by collecting 1 million signatures, we changed the national political conversation forever. Chronic disease, free speech, government corruption, breaking our addiction to war have moved to the center of politics. I can say to all who have worked so hard in the last year and a half, thank you for a job well done. 3 great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, the war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. I've already described some of my personal experiences in
the war on our children, excuse me. The war on our children.
Industrial complex. I want to say a word about the Ukraine war. The military-industrial complex
Wonder what he means by that.
has provided us with a familiar comic book justification like they do on every war. That this one is a noble effort to stop a supervillain, Vladimir Putin, invading the Ukraine and then to thwart his Hitler-like march across Europe. In fact, tiny Ukraine is a proxy in a geopolitical struggle initiated by the ambition.
So again, he's taking down another important truth that I don't think enough Americans understand. The United States had a golden opportunity to reach out to its former enemy in good faith. After, the fall of the Soviet Union, and if indeed, this was about ideology and not like, geostrategic positioning, you'd think that they would have, right? Instead, the United States took advantage of Russia and supported candidates that, supported leadership that was very bad for Russia. And they experienced something called, I'm trying to remember what the actual name for this is. Social, oh my God. The name for this.
Neocons or American global hegemony. I'm not excusing Putin for invading Ukraine. He had other options. But the war is Russia's predictable response to the reckless neocon project of extending NATO to encircle Russia, a hostile act. The credulous media rarely explain to Americans that we unilaterally walked away from 2 intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with Russia and then put nuclear weapons.
Like social decline? Is that what I'm looking for?
Aegis missile systems in Romania and Poland. This is a hostile act. And that the Biden White House repeatedly spurned Russia's offer to.
In other words, chat, the standard of living in Russia, after adopting capitalism, after abandoning communism, after putting Yeltsin in there, it went down. It went down. The nationalized industries that were nationalized under the Soviet Union were sold off to the highest bidder. That's where you had the emergence of the oligarchs. The United States is in a lot of ways responsible for that. The United States is actually kind of responsible for the ascendancy of Vladimir Putin. That policy by the United States to try to, just cannibalize Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union empowered people like Vladimir Putin. And who is it that handed the country over to Putin? It was Boris freaking Yeltsin. That's America's guy. So yeah, the U.S. does have it bears some responsibility for the current state of Russia, for the Putin takeover. But again, I don't know, where he's going with this is basically towards a policy of allowing Russia to to influence all the former Soviet states.
Settle this war peacefully. The Ukraine war began in 2014 when U.S. agencies.
And it's not quite. I actually don't call what Russia's doing imperialism. I think there's another word for it. It starts with an I. I think it's irredentic, which is similar of a concept, but not exactly the same.
Overthrew the democratically elected government of Ukraine and installed a hand-picked pro-Western government that launched a deadly civil war against ethnic Russians in Ukraine. In 2019, America walked away from a peace treaty, the Minsk Agreement, that had been negotiated between Russia and Ukraine by European nations. And then in April of 2022, we wanted the war. In April of 2022, President Biden sent Boris Johnson to Ukraine to force President Zelensky to tear up a peace agreement that he and the Russians had already signed, and the Russians were withdrawing troops from Kiev and Donbass and Lugansk. And that peace agreement would have brought peace to the region and would have allowed Donbass and Lugansk to remain part of Ukraine. President Biden stated that month.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's alluding to this, but the truth of the matter is that any sort of peace agreement that was available at the time would have resulted in kicking the conflict down the road further, giving Russia a little piece of what it wants, a little piece of that territory, and then allowing them to rearm and replan. Because yeah, the invasion plan did not go well. They didn't anticipate, chat, that a little sniper would be sitting there around the airport and just picking off the Russian troops one by one. They didn't anticipate that they would run into Dylan Burns and that he would single-handedly defend the Kiev airport from takeover by Russian troops, which would have allowed them to bring troops in by air, right? They didn't anticipate him saving the Ghost of Kiev, which became instrumental. The famous Ghost of Kiev plane piloted by a literal phantom, who was probably also Dylan Burns. Right? They just didn't realize that Dylan was going to be there.
That his objective in the war was regime change in Russia. His Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin simultaneously explained that America's purpose in the war was to exhaust the Russian army, to degrade its capacity to fight anywhere else in the world. These objectives, of course, have nothing to do with what they were telling Americans about protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine is a victim in this war, and it's a victim of the West. Since then, we
not of the nation that invaded them, but they're a victim of they're a victim of both. They are kind of a chess piece. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Again, what's so frustrating with RFK is that in the places where he almost has a point, he poisons the well of that point by bringing in essentially, I mean, the truth of the matter is that he and Trump are simps for Vladimir Putin. He and Trump are in league with this right-wing attempt to take over the world with not just Putin or Netanyahu. These are all birds of Trump. These are all birds of a feather. Right? And they're in league with these people. They are supportive of these people, right? And there is something to be criticized about American foreign policy, especially post-Cold War. But this is the wrong messenger for that shit, and he's taking down the message with him.
Of Russia and both Russia and the West. Since then,
let's take a look at what he's got.
Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man who has been an incredible champion for
a myth, a legend.
So many of these values that
the late great RFK Jr.
shared him for a long time. I don't think too many of you people have.
Do you think this will be enough to fulfill the QAnon prophecy, the idea that a Kennedy would arise to help Donald Trump take the presidency? If you don't know, QAnon, the conspiracy community that started out as a joke, as a meme on 4chan, but quickly traveled to Facebook and was taken 100% seriously by a bunch of boomer MAGA weirdos. They've got this idea that JFK Jr., who died in the 90s in a plane crash, is actually alive and well and is just waiting to come. Yeah, went into hiding because the deep state was going to kill him. So he faked his own death. He faked the airplane crash, and he was gonna come back in like Dallas or something like that, right? I just feel like with QAnon, their predictions, they're so malleable that something like RFK Jr. joining the Trump campaign might actually be like, well, this is what Q really meant to say. This was what the Q drop really meant. It was about RFK Jr.
Heard of him.
Like, the one thing that doesn't happen with these people is that they abandon their conspiracy theory and they realize this was all bullshit, right? There is no Q. The deep state is not what we were told. And we've created almost a religion based on memes, based on 4chan, shit posts, right? That's what they'll never say. They have changed their branding, right? They don't call themselves Q anymore because they know the second that they say QAnon or Q or anything that's identifiable as that kind of conspiracy theory, they're kind of cooked, right? People know what that is. They think it's hilarious. They think it's ridiculous, right? So they'll use different names. They'll use different like hashtags to try to aggregate, but the conspiracy theories are still very much there. So here we go. This is Trump's first rally, I think, with RFK Jr. at it.
He's very low key. He's a very low key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Nope. So chat, that is a Foo Fighters song, I'm told. It's called My Hero. I don't remember the exact song, and we're not going to get a chance to see it because that's going to get me copyright clapped. What is wrong with his tie? Did his tie blow? Here, let's mute this and just see what that. Oh no, sorry, that's not his tie. That's the lectern. Wait, is that a teleprompter? Is that what a teleprompter actually looks like? Yo, that is definitely what a request for cat ears looks like. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you, Omegastar, and also thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Chat, we are actually at 20. That puts us at 30%. So there's your cat ears, right? You want to see the cat ears? There's the cat ears for you. Foo Fighters should sue Trump. They're talking about something, right? They did I think they issued a desist and a cease and desist order to get Trump to stop using their shit, which makes me wonder, why don't the surviving members of the Village People do the same? You'd think that they would. But regardless, we are right up to another ad break on Twitch. So this is your last chance. If you want to avoid this ad break, you can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Just hook up your Prime to your Prime subscription to Twitch, and you can get a free sub. You can also pay $6 to get a sub to get yourself out of the ad break. It's 3 minutes, 3 whole minutes that you will watch an ad in a row. And if you don't want to do that, there's ways to get out of it, like I'm telling you now. The other way to possibly get out of it is that if you are lucky enough to be gifted a sub by somebody else, you can also get out of it. But I'll tell you, that's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. So all of you not being active in the chat, enjoy your ad break, I guess, or speak up and say something, and maybe you'll be lucky enough to be gifted a sub. Trump has used so many people's songs like that. Yeah, the Rolling Stones, which that's dad rock. Dad rock will come after you, right? You can't mess with dad rock. I know better than to do that. We probably should just really quickly take a look. See right here, I'm gonna bring us up to 30% of the dono goal. That is 1/3, roughly 1/3 of the way to the dono goal. Now, if this thing gets to 100 tonight, that means extra content for you. Like I said, this is your chance to squeeze me or to press me. And just like this coffee, just like this void coffee, right? When I look, there's no coffee left, right? There's no coffee left. What happens when I press? Oh, we get a little... Look at that drop. Look, there it goes. You can press the coffee for a little bit more coffee, just like you can press me for a little bit more content. And how do you press me? How do you impress me? That is by driving that dono goal forward. So thank you, Omega Star, for driving that dono goal a little bit forward. What is the topic? Also, know that when you donate, regardless of what kind of donation it is, you get the chance to choose what the bonus content, choose the form of your destroyer. Choose the form of the bonus content that you'll be watching after the regular content, after we cover the Hasan stuff, right? We'll be doing more content, potentially, if we drive this thing from 30% to 100% by the time we get there. And you can also let me know which of these topics you want to put your money to. You put your dono, you put your money where your mouth is, and you can add percentages. There's the ad break right now. There's the ad break right now. But yeah, thanks for letting me know that there was a cat error request. Squeeze me, exactly. Wait, is that a real F or is that a fake F? Omega Star, thank you for the donation on Throne as well. Okay, so you've got 11% to direct. Right, we're now up to 40 thanks to Omega Star. Now I've got that song stuck in my head. It's not the hero song, it's the other one. It's the one where he's got a giant hand. What is that called, chat? The Foo Fighters song where he's got a giant hand? Everlong. Yeah, Everlong is a good song. I like that song. But yeah, here we got RFK and Trump together at last. Together, he's finally revealed his power level is Trump, right? His power. He's finally revealed his power level. He's finally revealed who he's been working with this whole time. And again, if you've been paying attention, this is not a surprise. That's kind of wild, chat. I wonder if the Democrats will ever get somebody to go into the Republican Party and run as their... What is the name for this? I don't want to say Judas goat, because I don't know. There's something about that. Irredentism, yeah. It's Russian irredentism. Wait, I'm trying to figure out. All right, when I see F's in chat, what you seem to be communicating to me is that the stream itself has gone down. And I don't see that the stream has gone down. So be really careful when you post F, right? That has a specific meaning to me. And the real meaning is I feel like chat is effing. I'm not effing, for the record, right? My stream is still coming to you, and if you need to refresh, if you need to hit refresh if you're experiencing that F. Right, but I feel like chat is effing. Chat is incredibly quiet, and it's disturbing. It's disturbing to me. But yeah, I gotta figure out what Omega wants to do with the... Yo, Thomas Jerome. It only cost Trump to platform his indignation. Oh, to platform RFK's indignation? No, you're not bad for doing it, Simone. I just need to make sure that I know what's going on. Because if we are effing, I need to fix that, right? It's my responsibility. And Omega Star says, I choose violins. Violins, violins. Chat chooses violins. We should have a theme song for that. We really should. Like a little thing that plays and a little animation that every time chat like donates and chooses violence, it plays the song. But yeah, we're now up to 42% of the dono goal. If we hit 100% by the time the stream ends, then that's going to be very fortunate for you because, like I said, you will squeeze extra content out of me. Again, whenever you donate, whether that donation takes the form of, as Thomas Jerome just did, a super chat, a super sticker, a membership for yourself, which somebody told me that somehow helps the algorithm. I'm not sure if MIDI Doctors was serious about that or not, right? But MIDI Doctors said something like that memberships, the new algorithm came out and memberships help like more people see the stream. I can neither confirm nor deny that, though. I'm not sure. MIDI may have been joking. Shakespeare donating super chatting $2 for the Grillin Sicilian. Or to read it out in the sassy voice, the Grillin Sicilian. Wait, Grillin Sicilian? Is that what if alt hissed? That's got to be what if alt hissed, right? Why do I not understand why that means the Grillin Sicilian? Am I right about that? But anyway, we're at 44% of the dono goal. Again, super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, which is great to give the gift of weasels to other people, to allow other people to have that access to exclusive content that there's like no other way to get through giving donations, through giving the gift of, let's see if I can get myself to it. Weasel. You got to give yourself the gift of weasels, or give the gift of weasels. Rudyard is the Grillin Sicilian. Is he Sicilian or something? Is he Italian? Oh, Patreon works as well. Wait, what? That could be YouTube. YouTube gets cut of YouTube memberships, gets nothing on Patreon. Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if it's true. I do know that the algorithm does seem to have changed, and it is not for my benefit, right? So we'll be working on that, trying to figure out how to get those views back as soon as we can. But yeah, in the meantime, thank you for your contributions. Again, yeah, Patreon signups also count towards this. Drone donations like the one that Omega Star just made, those count as well. Those go towards the dono goal. And they also allow you to... Wait, I feel like there's... Wait, no, this is... Okay, so I do have basically all the donations. Okay. So yeah, like I like to put your donations, add them as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So when you donate, no matter what kind of donation that is, it also works for Twitch. It also works for Twitch. It also works for Patreon. It also works for like literally anything that's a donation. You can tell me after you donate what you're donating that for, and I will add a percentage to the topic of your choice. That makes it more likely that whatever you're voting for actually gets selected. So right now, people are voting for Destiny Calls Hassan a Tanky. However, people are donating for What If Alt Hist's latest abomination, and it looks like that puts the what if alt his people into the lead. So if you like that, donate and say what if alt his. If you don't like that and you want to see Destiny calls Hasan a tanky, now's a great time to use the Vox Populi. What does the Vox Populi do? It takes away from all of the donation percentages, right? So everything else is plus. The Vox Populi is a minus, meaning that you're throwing it back to the voters. You're throwing it back to the voters to choose. So donor irredentism. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, here comes RFK. Gonna hit the button. Now, there's been some strange stuff happening at Trump rallies lately that I want to hone in on. Right? He's been getting like jealous of people that are speaking with him. This happened to Kari Lake. This happened to like a local fire official at a place where he was speaking, where he's like literally like, all right, hurry it up, get off the stage. They've even put this through on the teleprompter, right? There's pictures of the teleprompter at a Trump rally telling Kari Lake to wrap it the fuck up and get off stage. Right? He doesn't like to share the spotlight. All right, let's see what these two have got to offer, if anything. Probably nothing. MIDI doctors knows things? Okay, well, maybe it's true. Maybe memberships are helpful for a channel's algorithm. I don't know. There's only one way to find out, though. Okay, so here we're speaking.
After me a couple of times, I didn't like it. And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in.
Look, you can run as a Democrat no matter what, okay? They wouldn't let him in. They wouldn't do debates. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't even think about this hypocrisy, all right? So what did the Democrat Party do to Marianne Williamson, Dean Phillips, and RFK? They did not organize a debate between them and Joe Biden. In other words, Biden would not debate these people. Who else didn't debate his primary opponents? Here, let's flip this. That one. I gotta flip this. Who else refused to debate his primary opponents? This guy right here. So the Democrat Party, the Demon Rat Party, did the same thing to RFK, Marianne, and Dean Phillips as Trump did to DeSanctimonious, Nikki Haley, and the rest of the yahoos that were running, Mike Pence, the rest of the yahoos that were running for president in the primary, right? It's the same thing. He doesn't have a leg to stand on. They did the same thing. They both got shit canned. They both got, kibosh, but it's in the same way, right?
They put up rules. I've never seen rules like you had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, little things like that. His candidacy is inspired.
No, that's not a rule. You don't have to have 65% of the vote to run. And he ran. He actually did significantly well, significantly better than expected, until people found out that he was literally a ringer for the Republican Party. Until people found out that he is to the right of Donald Trump on issues of public health. Until people found out this guy was an anti-vax weirdo, anti-Semite that has a theory that COVID is made specifically not to affect Ashkenazi Jews, right? That's when things started to go south for him. Up until then, as a non-Biden candidate running for president, he was actually doing pretty well.
Millions and millions of Americans raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy.
So, you know, this is great for Trump because this is a way to dog whistle to QAnon, right? Like, these people are 100% vibes, right? RFK, as well as his brother JFK, would spit on Trump if they could spit from the grave. Simon Pierre donating $2, super chatting $2 Canadian for Vosh Populi. I will do you a solid and round that up to 2 USD, since I don't want to do the math, but that is 2% in Vox Populi, throwing it back towards the people a little bit, taking a little bit of that edge off of the power of the donors through the magic of Vox Populi. Myron Gaines, oh God, yeah, I saw that. Myron Gaines has straight up said it. Well, we knew this before with Ethan Klein, actually, of all people, uncovered. When we say Myron Gaines, remember, this is the less cringe member of Fresh and Fit. That's who that is, Myron Gaines. He's the more confident, less incel-coded member of Fresh and Fit. And he basically boosted a book that was, or sorry, it was a documentary. He recommended a documentary that was essentially a pro-Hitler documentary, right? It's called The Greatest Story Never Told. And then Ethan Klein was like, wait, wasn't that an anti-Semitic thing? And he was like, I don't think so. No, that wasn't anti-Semitic. And it's like, it's literally pro-Hitler. Like, I don't know. Like, but yeah, he straight up said it. He straight up said it. He actually did us a little decoder ring. Thomas Jerome with the, I wish I could roll that back and see exactly how much. I'm guessing that's like a $2 super chat saying, now we know who the Kennedy curse is. Oh, Trump or this guy. Didn't the Republicans have a debate? They did. They had a debate, but Donald Trump wasn't there. They had a debate, but Trump was not there. Right? The Democrat. I think there were several Democratic debates organized too.
And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth? And I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think it's true. I don't think I've ever...
See, now that sounds like a good thing, but knowing Trump, it's not. It's actually not a good thing, right? Trump doesn't want anybody's applause to rival his.
Introduced anybody that got applause like that. Amazing. It's true. Amazing. Soon after I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risk.
Ooh, Shakespeare. I don't even know if I can show the Myron Gaines tweets on stream. I feel like this is hate speech. Like, he's not just being anti-Semitic, he's being anti-Indian, anti-Asian, and yeah, straight up, like, taking the mask off on his anti-Semitism, anti-Arab. Like, he literally, like, somebody's saying he woke up and chose violence.
By leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell
He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety during the course of his campaign while being denied protection.
I feel like you're underselling the biggest threat to Bobby's safety, which is his fucking diet. The fact that this guy's like a connoisseur of exotic meats and may have contracted a brainworm through said penchant for exotic meats.
By the Harris-Biden administration. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to
JFK and RFK.
the assassination.
Yo.
Super chatted $6.03. The brainworm had one shot to do the great dictator speech.
Yeah, the brainworm had a chance to do the funniest thing ever. You're right, Thomas Jerome. Thank you for the super chat. Thomas Jerome, where are you directing your what is your topic of choice tonight? We're up to 52% chat as far as the dono goal goes, which is actually pretty on par. Is actually we're you know, the progress is good. The progress is very good. But yeah, let me know if you've got a choice, if you've got a favorite amongst the items on the poll, because you have the chance to do the funniest thing now as well, which is make Katy Perry win. If you want, Katy Perry's down. Let me just catch you all up on the poll. Destiny calls to Hasan a tanky at 42%. Chat chooses violence at 26%. A lot of Sunday anti-fans seems to have joined my communities because they're choosing violence, right? What if alt his latest abomination at 17%, and the end of Katy Perry with D'Angelo Wallace only at 15%. But again, donors can have a huge effect. They can literally take their donations and add percentages to the topic of their choice. Destiny calling Hasan a tanky is your choice. Okay, well, look at that. That got an extra 6% on it.
President John F. Kennedy. And they will also...
Yeah, I Thomas Jerome, I actually don't know anything about Myron Gaines's background.
Conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month.
That attack, oh my God. Look, there should be, like, oh my God, I really wish there was some kind of review or release of information, you know, regarding the JFK thing and I guess maybe the RFK thing, although I feel like that one's a little bit less mysterious. But yeah, no, of course this guy's got to turn it to be about him. Look, here, let me give you a clue. All right, Donald, I've told you this before. I'm going to tell you this again. The call, the bullet, the shot was coming from inside your house. That was a Republican. That was a right-winger who took a pot shot at you, possibly because you have engaged the far right wing of your party, and you're not far right enough for some of them.
But
I don't know if it was maybe like Kyle Rittenhouse, your gun policy, your banning of bump stocks. Is that what pissed him off? Or you know, were you not nice enough to Nick Fuentes? I don't know why he took the shot. He did, but yeah, that's a fucking right winger. That is a far right extremist that took a shot at you, Donald. Investigation over.
I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination.
Okay, now here's the deal, though. Here's the deal. Now, I don't know how he explains this one. Thomas Jerome with the $2 super chat saying anything R.E. Dusoff getting arrested seems pretty intentional.
And we're going to do that.
And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food.
Look, this was one of Trump's criticisms of Bobby Kennedy while he was running. Right? Really what he was doing. Okay, so let's be real. Okay, you know, there was a few things that I don't remember Bobby saying anything about Trump negatively, but I definitely remember hearing Trump say some negative things about Bobby. And I don't think it's because of any sort of antipathy between them. It's this, right? He wants Bobby to pull away from Biden or Harris and not to pull away from him. So when he says Bobby is an environmental Looney Tune, right? He's an environmental wacko. He's an eco-terrorist and all this shit, which is basically what he accused RFK of being. And now he's kind of like, oh yeah, millions of America like clean water and clean food and all this, you know, protect the environment. Sure. Yeah. No, like it's so fucking disingenuous. It's so disingenuous. He said that RFK Jr. was like further in support of in the environment than, say, like proponents of the Green New Deal. That was his complaint about him.
That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility.
Now, these are actually some pretty niche issues. And I don't actually have a problem with this as policy. I do have zero faith in Donald Trump to enact such a policy, but...
and many more.
But again, with RFK, it's conspiracy theory related, right? It's the, you know... This is basically the chemicals in the rainwater turning the frogs gay.
To grow up and to live a long and healthy life. So I just want to ask Bobby to speak for a little while. I'll stand aside. I'm going to stand aside. But I can only tell you I've known him a long time.
Yeah, fracking to protect the bald eagle.
We've been a little bit on the opposite side of the equation, but I will say this. He is a brilliant... I still think of him as young. He's not that young.
Well, compared to you, everybody's young, Donald.
I always call him young, but he's not that young. But he is a phenomenal person, a phenomenal man who loves the people of this country.
Oh, Mozart is saying there's no more rise in autism than there was a rise in left-handedness in the 1950s. Yeah, Mozart, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like some Autism Speaks vibes from this guy. Is he involved with that? If you don't know, Autism Speaks, it sounds like a charity or something for, you know, the interests of autistic people, and it's not. It's actually, you know, batshit anti-vax garbage and actually pretty hostile to autistic people.
As much as anybody can love the people of this country. So, Bobby, please say a few words.
Miskatonic says Donald likes him young. Shatner is involved in that? I don't know. There's a new video about Shatner.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been...
Is it a safe food advocate? Because there are ingredients in, you know, that are allowed in the U.S. that aren't allowed elsewhere. right? So there could be like, right? Do we need safe food? Yeah. Yeah. Do we have a problem with that? Yeah. Do we have too much involvement from the industries in the regulation of said industries? Yeah, absolutely. But, also wrapped up in this sort of, pro-health, natural health movement is shit like raw milk, which is actually a vector of disease transmission rather than being a solution for extraneous ingredients that may not be good for consumers.
Fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me,
see, now this is a real thing. This is a real thing. Like, right, he's actually speaking towards a real problem. I just don't trust him because he's too wrapped up in conspiracy theories, right? Look, if you think that the guards of the hen house of, like, like the regulatory agencies around foods that Americans consume are the foxes themselves, you're right. That's how it works, right? That's how any kind of regulation tends to work. That's how lobbying works, right? You end up with somebody who is involved in the industry that they are supposed to regulate, and somebody who likely came from that industry, worked for that industry, and will go back to that industry after they're done with their tenure as Secretary of Ag or whatever, right? That is absolutely true. But if your solution to that is like, oh, really, Americans need to eat more colloidal silver, that you're not helping anyone. You're not helping anyone by turning people into fucking Smurfs with colloidal silver. That shit will literally make your skin blue. And there's walking examples of this in the natural health movement. It's a really frustrating thing because there is something to, like, diet and exercise having a big effect on health, and there is a lot in the food system that's not great. But all too often you get these messengers that not just imperfect, they're advocating for dangerous shit like raw milk.
That he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign, and he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from...
I gotta say, though, what the fuck just happened? Wait, how... Oh, it's a very short video. I was like, why are we, like, halfway through the video already? It's a very short speech, apparently. But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Welcome in. I had a women's studies professor that recommended colloidal silver as a cure for illnesses. Yeah, and that's a problem with it. There are probably natural remedies that are good for certain things, right? Like herbs contain chemicals, contain molecules, which can have medicinal effects. That is true, all right? That's not pseudoscience. That's real. But as far as the treatment of illness, there are not a lot of herbs that have the concentration and the specificity to match with a medication. There are some, though. There are some, right? You know, like I enjoy a nice lemon balm tea when I am feeling too much anxiety. It tends to elevate my mood a little bit. And there's like a reason that it does that. There's stuff in there that does stuff. It's not just like it's not woo, right? It's real, but it's like people want a herb to treat every single, pathology, and it just doesn't exist. And the effects are sometimes too minute and insufficient, right? Or, there's other, chemicals in there that to take a medicinal dose of this one, you're going to end up taking a dose of this one that is going to cause you problems, right? Just like, pharmaceutical medication, herbs can have, undesirable side effects. But yeah, like too much of this community, which, like I said, has been virtually subsumed by the right-wing conspiracy culture. So in a lot of ways, RFK and his crunchy hippiness is already part of Trump's coalition. These are the old deadhead dads that, swear by organic eggs or whatever, right? It's and look, there are I don't know. It sucks. It sucks because the little bit of truth just gets drowned out by all the bullshit that's mixed in there.
From the president, and we talked. We had a very good talk.
Eating too much carrots will turn you orange, but actually, that's not a bad thing to be. It's a good orange. No, there's. I think there's. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and there's actually not like, there's not like a health risk with that.
And then he invited me to come see him the next day, and I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida, and we talked not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything.
No, it'd be more like carrot juice, Shakespeare. Like, I don't think that you could eat that many carrots. I don't think you could. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some people really like carrots, but I feel like carrot juice is where I've seen people turn orange when they go on like a juice diet or something.
But on the values and the issues,
it's literally called carrotitis.
Bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic.
So what I'm saying is that this, like many other issues, and I mean, I think this is a micro issue. I don't think this is a huge mover of massive numbers of people, but you do have a left behind in terms of the natural health movement, right? Who do have legitimate questions that are not answered, by government regulators, right? There are, like I said, stuff that, chemicals, additives that are banned in other countries that are not banned here. So there is like a point to what some of these people are saying, but they have been left behind by, corruption and regulation by lobbyists from the Democratic Party. Not just the Democratic Party, obviously also the Republican Party, and probably to a greater degree for the Republican Party. But these are people that have been left behind. And if you read Naomi Klein's newest book, Doppelganger, she talks about that. She talks about Steve Bannon as an expert of finding constituencies the Democrats have left behind and offering them something often illusory. Often, these people's interests are not actually in supporting the Republican Party, but he's willing to find something to offer them that sounds good. And when they've been kind of shafted by the Democratic Party, they're open. They're more open than you'd expect. And this is how Trump was elected once and could be elected again. This is how right-wing politics, reactionary politics, fascist politics are going to be in the near future. Like, as long as you've got Steve Bannon or his acolytes alive and working to try to, capture the government, this is how they're going to try to do it. And as annoying as natural health people can be, and I know that better than most, right? There is a point to some of what they're saying, and there is a cost for the Democratic Party not resisting that kind of regulatory capture that's become absolutely normalized in the government.
Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want?
No, that's not true. Oh my God. As Shakespeare said earlier, right? There's a pretty substantial outbreak of polio in Gaza because of how those people are being treated, including children. So you want to talk about some children that are facing some real serious health problems? He just said American children, our children, right, are the sickest and unhealthiest children in the world. That is such a load of bullshit. And this is one particular issue that RFK Jr. is bad about, is like extra bad about, right? Because he's legitimately, he's such a conspiracy weirdo that he's anti-Semitic. Like, you can't be that into conspiracies as he is and not be a little bit, you know what I mean? That much conspiracy theory will net you, at least this much anti-Semitism. And with him, it's actually a lot of anti-Semitism. It's actually not a little bit. It's quite a bit of anti-Semitism. And in order to kind of shield himself from those charges, he uses support of Israel, like unabashed, unquestioned, unconditional support of Israel as a fig leaf for that anti-Semitism. To be like, no, I'm not. I support Israel. Oh my God. Oh my God. We live in fucking hell world.
Healthy children. And don't you want...
But he just said the U.S. has the most unhealthy children out there. That is complete Palestinian erasure. That is complete erasure of what's going on. And I'm not even talking about, like, infectious disease, but I am talking about infectious disease. But I'm also talking about malnutrition, and I'm also talking about getting sniped, being buried under rubble after bombs hit, being literally targeted by snipers, which shows a certain degree of intentionality.
The chemicals out of our food. And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to...
Again, this motherfucker has had 4 years in the White House already, right? He came in to drain the swamp. The regulatory capture of industries by lobbyists for those industries has gotten worse under Trump, not better. He didn't make it better. Like, this is something that needs to be done, but you know how Trump works in terms of how he's looking to staff his administration, right? It's the Project 2025 playbook. And those are going to be the people that, get those jobs. Like, right? He makes things more corrupt, not less corrupt.
End the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States.
But what he's really saying is that you would think that the United States declared war on Russia the way that RFK talks about Ukraine. It is a proxy, but it's a proxy on both sides. Let's be real. And it's also got its own interest. And the majority of the people there have an interest in not being subsumed by Russia. So what you're really saying is that go ahead and let Russia achieve its irredentic goals.
And the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country.
Again, these are words that have been said by both parties, and they've always rang hollow.
And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country?
Get us out of the wars, right? he's going to get us into a war with Iran. He tried to his first term. He provoked Iran with an act of war. And that is specifically now when the issue is about Israel and Gaza, right? That you're potentially enabling a war with Iran in which Iran looks to much of the world like the good guys, right? Because you are in a war now supporting a country that's enacting ethnic cleansing. God damn, if there is not a more dangerous, international situation.
And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism.
Now, is he Twitter brained right here? Is that what he means? Thomas Jerome with the super chat. Watch RFK doing a callback to his grandpappy and AH.
And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to?
Elises, I'll engage with what you say if you stop putting words in my mouth. All right, I want to make it really clear that I didn't say it was good to turn orange from eating too many carrots. That's not what I said.
I want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease. And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
Make America healthy again. Okay, well, there we go. With Kennedy, we have defeated the evil that is Robert F. Kennedy. But we have not defeated yet the evil that is the top of the hour ad break. And if you want to defeat that evil, you can do it for free using a Twitch Prime, or for $6 using $6. Or you could possibly get some help in that battle against the top of the hour ad break by getting a gift sub, which is more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. Which is still not happening, Twitch. Okay, but what is happening, actually? What is happening? Is that 538 has released its latest projection.
Guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Saturday, August.
For the 2024 presidential election. This is 538. Yes, they were involved with Nate Silver. They are no longer involved with Nate Silver. Nate Silver has left 538. We're gonna do some Kamala positivity before we do some Kamala negativity. I'm gonna give you both today, okay? I'm gonna give you it 100, chat.
24th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about 538. Yesterday, they re-released their 2024 election forecast. They promised to us, since the day that Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race, that they would be spending time adjusting their model in time for the convention to occur and the nomination to actually take place. And so yesterday, again, after the conclusion of the Democratic National Convention, 538 thought it would be fitting to release their 2024 election forecast almost a month after they had previously had their election forecast of Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And on the day that Joe Biden departed from the race, Donald Trump led Joe Biden in the overall odds at victory, being up roughly 4% nationally in a 52-48 advantage on the day again that Joe Biden departed the race. Today, they've adjusted things quite tremendously. Back a month ago, their model was 80% fundamental data. Is the economy doing well? According to 538, their numbers had indicated that it was on track to be quite good in time for November. Whereas approval ratings fine, not necessarily, but other fundamentals that had taken place, and just generally speaking, the urgency around the election seemed to have been the driving factor in boosting the odds for Joe Biden. Now it's flipped. It was a 4-to-1 fundamentals to polls model there that overestimated the amount that fundamentals would actually impact the election. Now it weighs polls in the 4 end and fundamentals on the 1 end, given that neither party is the incumbent party, has the incumbency advantage on.
Oh, wow. So yeah, it's a pretty complicated model. Now, I want to mention 538 made a prediction in 2016. That was the year where the New York Times and like every single publication that I happened to look at, every single news source, right? They were issuing predictions that had Hillary Clinton at like 95% of a chance to win. And I mean, I guess it's possible that they were right. It is impossible to, unless somebody's giving you 100% or 0% odds, right? You can't kind of like disprove their, chance of X winning prediction. But I do have a feeling that those New York Times et al. Prediction models, I do have a feeling that those were off. Those were vastly off, right? I do not think it was 95.5. I do think, though, however, 538, their prediction was 66-33. Now, that's still better odds than we're seeing right now, right? But I think that's more realistic. Because indeed, when you predict that something will happen 2 out of 3 times, that means that 1 out of 3 times it will not happen. And the chances of something, of a 1 in 3 chance happening, are actually 1 in 3. That is to say, it'll happen 1 time out of 3. So you got to take these things, like 66%, it sounds like it's saying more than 2 out of 3 times, but that's exactly what it's saying. That's exactly what that 66% is saying, right? And so I kind of tend to think that 538 wasn't that far off. Now, again, it's a different organization now. There's no Nate Silver. It's, sure, they've refined their methods. Everyone's refined their methods, right? Because some of the polls in 2016 did not seem to be very good. Others were, right? I feel like the polling being off is like overstated. If a poll is within the margin of error, then that means that it could be this candidate in front, and it could be this candidate in front. And all they're telling you is it's more likely this candidate in front. But yeah, if it's within the margin of error, it's within the margin of error. And things can shift. So I'm not sure, how much the polling was off. There is some speculation that due to the sort of sampling error that comes with phoning, respondents for these surveys, meaning that you're selecting for people who pick up the phone and talk to the pollster, and those people might vote differently than people who don't. So yeah, I mean, there's and apparently there's like less people overall willing to pick up the phone and have a chat about their political beliefs than otherwise. There's also the chance that, you know, people don't want to. People are if people are less likely to admit that they're for Trump, um, to a random person, then you might have some undersampling of Trump voters. Or it's not an undersampling, but they would show up as less, right? So, you know, there have been maybe some shifts in polling that require an adjustment, but I feel like the distrust of the polls is like overstated. Because like and why do you hear this from the candidate that's losing when they're losing? You hear this from the Biden camp when they're losing. Well, the polls are no good anymore, Jack. We can't trust those polls. I mean, you know, they said that Hillary was going to win, and you'll hear it from the other side too. Like, right? Well, so what if like most of the polls, 7 out of 8 polls, show Kamala in the lead? I can find a Trafalgar poll that shows that Trump is in the lead, and I'm going to go with that one.
On their side of the aisle. But I will say, well, no level of thinking around the way you do a model was going.
Grand Theft Autobot says, I doubt it, Irene. Trumpers are obnoxiously loud and proud. This may have been more of a talking point about 2016. Again, it's hard to confirm that.
Going to be flawless. I do think on one end, on the Democratic end, Kamala Harris has some level of a benefit when it comes down to incumbency advantage. I do, in fact, believe that she will perform better than Joe Biden.
Trump does have 2 polls that he really likes, right? That he can sometimes if all the polls show him down, he can find that Rasmussen poll and it just lifts up his whole day. He feels so affirmed by those numbers that Rasmussen keeps showing him, or Trafalgar, right? He's kind of down to 2 polls at this point.
And the numbers on 538 also indicate as such. Today, according to 538, Kamala Harris wins 58% of scenarios. Should the election be held today, Donald Trump wins 41%. And after the Democratic convention, I think a lot of what the narrative has been from the left, and also those even amongst the mainstream media, is that Democrats are now in a point of consistency and a sense of array, a sense of being put together and unified for this party. But this cannot be lost on the fact that this election is amongst the closest we will see this century. The 21st century is a time frame in which we've had many, many close elections, likely no election as close as the 2000 presidential election, but 2024 might come in second place for closeness of our races. To help sober us up about where we are in this election, a 58-41 advantage is actually not as large as you might think in comparison to just 4 years ago when Joe Biden led on a...
Yeah, it's basically saying that 6 times out of 10, or let's say 3 times out of 5, that's what it's telling you. 3 times out of 5, you know, Kamala wins. That means 2 times out of 5, Trump wins. That's like pretty close.
Election day with a 90% chance at victory. 89% of scenarios, Joe Biden won election night on...
Oh, geez. Did they really give Biden 90% there?
In 2020, Donald Trump just had 10%. And while the eventual victor was in fact correct, the margins were off. And the expectations for Democrats were quite inflated in the last election. Granted, brand new person, brand new team on 538 that's looking at this model very differently, which is why I think these percentage changes...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 538 is...
here are also quite narrow. We do have to acknowledge that 2024 numbers are a bit under where Joe Biden was in 2020. This time today, August 24th, if you were to look at those numbers, Joe Biden would have been leading Donald Trump by roughly 8-9 points nationally. Today, Kamala Harris has a 4-point advantage rounding upwards. And so it isn't exactly the same position.
So for people that are really 2016 headed, that are in that mindset of like the polls are going to constantly undersample Republicans in some way, whatever the polls tell you, like the Republicans are actually doing like 5 points better. This is not, you know, this does not look like a Harris win to them. And the truth of the matter is it's probably more like, look, if you're leading by 3.6%, you still might lose. You still might lose. but it's not this like mythical fatalistic thing. Like it feels like catastrophizing in some way when people, pull. I feel like there's like trauma from that election because yeah, a lot of people were looking at those New York Times numbers and they were like, yeah, 95%. So we're just waiting for Hillary to roll in. That is kind of wild to me though that 538 had Biden at 90% chance of winning. Right? That's pretty fucking high. That's almost up next to those Hillary numbers.
Democrats were in 2020, even if the energy feels different, even if the enthusiasm feels different, this election by no means is a clear for Kamala Harris. It could very well be
lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Much better than it is today. But here's where we are. According to 538, a 58-41 advantage. And in terms of their expectations on overall electoral vote count, well, we can go ahead and take a look. That Kamala Harris on average is receiving 287 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 251. And now what's interesting about this too is that when they first had done...
Wait, that's further ahead than I expected to see her.
Tracking on this model. I mean, it's no secret that 538 had to spend time doing this. So it meant they were able to see backdate based on the data they had on July 26th, on July 27th, on August 1st, to see what the model might have looked like before release date. And on the day they seem to have transitioned the model over, July 26th, Donald Trump led Kamala Harris in both expectation, chance at victory, and also in terms of electoral vote count. So Donald Trump was expected 276 electoral votes, Kamala Harris 262. The popular vote was meant to be narrower than it is now, and win probability was somewhere around 53% for Donald Trump. And so you can see here that consistently over the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks, it has narrowed quite tremendously, going from a Trump favorite now to Kamala Harris now nearly having a 3/5 chance at victory this November and growing in time for November. Should this trend line continue, you're hovering all the way around to a point where Kamala Harris could win on election day with a 75% chance of victory based on where she is right now. That matters. And so Kamala Harris being at 287, we have to understand where exactly is this coming from? Where does the forecast say Kamala Harris is the likeliest to win? They indicate here that there are primary states they consider to be tipping point states, meaning that these might be the states that put a candidate over 270 and everything above that is negligible but can still be won by the other side of the aisle. For instance, if Kamala Harris was to win a state like Pennsylvania, that could be a tipping point state where maybe if Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina go blue as well, that in Wisconsin and Michigan, that some of those states would genuinely not matter as much because it would already be past that 270 point. And the margins there, in theory, could be easier to flip, but again, doesn't change the fact that Kamala Harris has crossed the finish line. Same thing with Donald Trump. And in terms of their expectations on this map here, it looks like Kamala Harris is the favorite in Wisconsin. It looks like Kamala Harris is the favorite in Michigan, that she's also the favorite in Pennsylvania. And what we know about our electoral map right now is that if Kamala Harris wins Nebraska's 2nd district, alongside every other state that Donald Trump, that Hillary Clinton won in 2016, with the exception of Nevada, which in this circumstance also Kamala Harris is the favorite, there's enough electoral votes here for a pathway to victory for Kamala Harris. And when you take a look at it, it actually becomes quite apparent. So if we were to talk about this map here, let's go ahead and just visualize this. We're not going to do the entire forecast because the focus of this is really these are the states that should, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris win the same states Hillary Clinton did, states like Virginia, Colorado, New Mexico, and lose Nevada. If she gets Wisconsin, of course, we already said Nebraska second. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That's the exact number of electoral votes needed to win the 2024 election. But based on 538, it looks like the expectations here are that Democrats also win in Nevada. They also win in Arizona. They're losing in Georgia. They're losing in North Carolina, but they're close states, and that's good news for Democrats. Pretty much the map is going to end up here with Kamala Harris roughly just under 300 electoral votes and Donald Trump, losing this election, which is a victory that Democrats would likely be very happy about.
Look, my prediction at the moment, if you must know, and maybe we'll do more with the interactive map in the future, I've got Kamala at 280 votes.
But again, speaks to the close nature of this candidacy. Because back in 2020, even Joe Biden cleared 300. So did Donald Trump in 2016. So did Barack Obama in 2012. So did he again in 2008. When you take a look at this forecast, we have to understand that this is also an odds-based forecast. There's still a 48% chance that Donald Trump wins a state like Wisconsin, or 38 in Wisconsin, or 39 in Wisconsin, 38 in Michigan, 45% chance Trump wins Pennsylvania, 46% chance Trump wins Arizona, 45 in Arizona. I mean, these are very possible things because the odds here don't say Kamala Harris is going to dominate and clear the way that many Democrats would like her to. She is still very much in a very, very close and competitive race. And we can start to see that not only extending to the presidential level, but just national numbers that show, again, Kamala Harris in a worse off position from where Democrats were in 2020. At this point in time, back in 2020, Democrats led on August 22nd in the national vote here by roughly 7 points. In 2022, it wasn't as good for Democrats because Republicans were able to maintain themselves for quite some time. But around August 22nd, Democrats are only up now today by roughly 1.5 points more than where they were back in 2022. And that is a little bit alarming. At the same time, Kamala Harris has completely rewired this election to a point where now she is the favorite, according to every metric, now including the mainstream political pundits and predictor forecasting sites like 538. Very, very reputable sources saying Kamala Harris is, in fact, the undeniable favorite for this election. Does it mean she has it in the bag? Absolutely not. But does it mean that bag has now been reopened after Joe Biden, to them, closed it? The answer is yes. Now, the 2024 forecast under Biden was also quite good for Joe Biden. But a lot of this has now been critiqued in the aftermath of the model, now that people have been given a month to really dissect it, and understanding that the model, while sure, was helpful in understanding the race, it should show Kamala Harris doing far better. But it wasn't and isn't, because the model's forecast and the way they have adjusted it has changed the way that we perceive and see races on 538. And so Kamala Harris, again, at a 58% chance, is a sobering reminder for Democrats that no matter how good an election feels, it will never
Very possible things are a good band.
be in the bag until it's there. Because Donald Trump, and I know this has been lost too on the narrative, but Donald Trump for the past 2.5 years has had all of this momentum, all of this enthusiasm, very similar crowd sizes. I know that many Democrats point at it and say, the crowd sizes are smaller. Sure. Absolutely, right? Crowd sizes have been smaller for Donald Trump as of late. They have been much smaller than they were in 2016. And obviously 2020 was a different time frame, but
they've been much smaller, indeed.
Much smaller than 2016. Equally, there are still a lot of Republicans out there that are excited and exhilarated for Donald Trump. There are voters out there that say, I do not want Kamala Harris to be the next president of the United States. And so Democrats are now in a position where they need to acknowledge that, and they have been. And I think the campaign, Kamala Harris reiterates multiple times that she is the underdog in this race. This is never going to be a wash or safe and secured election in terms of electoral landslide, because that is not where we have been over the past 6 months, and it is not where we are today. Kamala Harris is in a strong position, don't get me wrong. When you take a look at these swing states, I am very impressed at the way she has turned around a race that looked like it was not going too well for Democrats. When you take a look at Arizona numbers, Kamala Harris now leading. Donald Trump led her in the initial data. Under Joe Biden, Donald Trump led quite tremendously. Even looking at states like Florida, Trump's lead has certainly narrowed from where it was before. At different points in time, it was pretty bad against Biden, though. You're talking 9-10 point polling margins, which probably indicated even more. When you take a look at a state like
Gerald B. Hoover, you're talking to the content, not the streamer.
Michigan, for instance, Kamala Harris again rebounding it from where it's Trump ahead by a point. Now she's ahead by 3. Pennsylvania, where Trump led.
It's kind of hilarious.
Led Kamala Harris at different periods of time. She took that lead and now made it a 2-point.
I'm supposed to be the one yelling at the content
for herself. When you look at Wisconsin, it's another example. Kamala Harris taking what was a very narrow advantage of just a point to 4 points statewide. Kamala Harris, again, has put the Democratic Party in a much better position from where it was before. This election is so incredibly important for both sides of the aisle. It will be a true reconfiguration of the Republican Party should Republicans lose this election. And for Democrats, arguably them too. But Kamala Harris has done something. She has done something that has narrowed up the way that people perceive her, the way that people want to vote for her, the way that she stands in these battleground states, and now we see it too on this election forecast. While it may not be as secured as 2020, in which Democrats actually felt very confident about this race, which is why they were shocked at how close some of these states were, the forecast indicates Kamala Harris is in for a wild ride, in for a very action-packed next 74 days, because this election, everybody, anybody, and everybody will be throwing everything at the wall, throwing everything at the campaign.
I'll be throwing pasta, chat. What are you throwing?
Throwing every dollar, every resource, every bit.
I always throw pasta at the wall to see if it sticks.
Of energy and expense nothing, right? Leave nothing to expense. They will go ahead and fund this race and focus on this race and spend time on this race because both sides have.
Wait, I can't remember, chat. Are you supposed to throw it on the wall until it sticks or until it doesn't stick?
So much to lose. And while Kamala Harris today is in the advantage, 538 says that clear here there is still a possibility that Donald Trump wins the race. And so I think at the
a substantial possibility
point, it is clear too why the Democrats
that is something that people need to appreciate.
Has really honed in on these battleground states. It also explains a bit of why the Trump campaign is putting a newfound emphasis on Pennsylvania and sort of pulling away from Wisconsin and Michigan. Guaranteed, they still fight for the states. They are still very much competitive. But 538 also shed some light on that, showing that Wisconsin is more Democrat than Pennsylvania. So is Michigan. In Pennsylvania in 2020 and 2016, Pennsylvania was sandwiched right in the middle, Wisconsin being the most conservative state. Right now, that is Pennsylvania. And now that Kamala Harris is
I feel like Pennsylvania is the new Ohio.
Grown in states like Arizona, right? Where we have seen that over time, the chance at victory in terms of win probability went from Donald Trump nearly having a 2/3 chance in Arizona to now losing the state. That matters. It went from a win probability where Donald Trump was leading in Nevada now where Kamala Harris has an even larger lead than Donald Trump did at his peak. And she's narrowing down the states that matter for Republicans like Texas and Florida, even states like Ohio and Iowa, which are
So they actually have her at 387.
Kamala Harris, but are narrowing up in a way that makes Republicans a bit more worried than they were against Joe Biden. In fact, not a bit more worried, a lot more worried. You can see a lot of panic coming from the right wing, with Kamala Harris on the ticket, especially with Governor Tim Walz. And when it comes down to home state advantages, states like Minnesota, Kamala Harris has just as much of a chance to win Minnesota as J.D. Vance does in Ohio, nearly the exact amount. And a big reason for this can be attributed to the VP nominees coming from both of these states. But Democrats have done really well in Minnesota recently and are doing really well with Tim Walz on the ticket. In New Hampshire, numbers are the same. You're starting to see Democrats do well there. In Colorado, becoming over a 90% chance that Democrats win it. In New Mexico, almost 90%. And so all in all, at large, the Democratic Party is in a really strong position according to 538, given Kamala Harris. This winding stake here puts Pennsylvania as the tipping point state that pushes Democrats just over the finish line, with Nevada and Arizona also helping Kamala Harris get to a point where the forecasted vote share shows them in a very similar range to where they were back in 2020 and puts a lot more confidence on the Democratic side in these states and that they have a real possibility of winning. But North Carolina and Georgia right now do have Trump in the favorite as the likely winner in these two battleground states. But given the trajectory of this forecast over the past 2 months, and given where it has been released today and backdating some of this data over a month, not 2 months, we can see that Kamala Harris in her position right now is in a really strong one. And the momentum is building. The change is happening. And Kamala Harris is building to a point where now, by November, Georgia and North Carolina might be joining the Democratic Party as Democratic victories this coming cycle, and 538 really affirms that Kamala Harris has completely changed this election in favor of the Democratic Party.
Yo, all right. So we are right about the part where the Hasan content should come. I'm going to cover the downfall of one Hassan Piker, right, who was unexpectedly invited into the midst of the Democratic Party, of their shindig, of their Democratic Party of 2024, despite the fact that his support is not assured. He's definitely wants something out of the Democratic Party that they're not sure they want to give. However, he is such a big force on social media that somehow he was able to finagle not just press access, which would have been cool, but influencer access, which I guess is better. And generally these influencers, right, are people like Adam Mockler, people that are 100 for the Democratic Party, no questions asked, right? And if the Democratic Party changes its policy, they're going to change right with it. You're not going to hear any you're not going to hear any negativity from the influencers, right? Hasan is different. Hasan is different than that. His analysis of the Democratic Party is mixed, as is mine. And the fact that he got in there at all is kind of amazing. But we're going to take a look at what transpired upon him losing some of that access. Now, people in chat have brought up that it's not an entire loss of access. They didn't kick him out of the event. He could have stayed there if he wanted to. They took away a balcony suite that he had access to, and that he planned to interview several guests. He had AOC, Ilhan Omar, and Sean Fain scheduled, but he wasn't able to interview them despite that being his intention. And he lost the space slightly after he said some things about the Democratic Party and its policy, on Gaza, and its disposition towards the uncommitted, and its disposition towards Palestinian Americans who wanted to speak, right? He seemed to lose access to the, prime spot that he had in accordance with things that he had said. So we'll take a look at that, and you can decide what you think about that, why you think Hasan, lost his access. Was this indeed the Pelosi hammer that was supposed to fall, or was it something else, right? We'll look into this. We'll ask this question. But first, I've got to ask you the question of whether you want bonus content tonight. And we are 54% of the way towards getting that bonus content tonight. That means that it is indeed possible, and I would say we are within striking distance of that bonus, right? Of that juicy, juicy bonus content, which, just like a French press, just like coffee, chat, you can press me and get a little bit more content. If more content is what you want, if more content is what you need, I've got a few more drops in me that you can get out if we hit this dono goal, right? You have to press it very gently. But yeah, if we hit the dono goal tonight, we get extra content. Now, what content, you ask? Well, it kind of depends on you. Right now, we're doing a poll in the full scale stream. If you're in Twitch or you're on the short stream, you can mosey on over there and place your vote for whatever you want to watch. All I ask is that you leave me a like while you're there, because it helps me out greatly. It helps me out a lot. So right now in the poll itself, we're at 40% for Destiny calls Hasan a tanky. We're at 27% for chat chooses violence. And we are 19% towards what if alt hist latest abomination, and only 14% towards the D'Angelo Wallace content, the end of Katy Perry, which I'm told is a pretty good video. But regardless, only 14% of you seem to think that's a good video. And it is up to you, not up to me, what the bonus content is, right? Both in terms of pushing that 54 to 100 to unlock the bonus content in the first place for tonight, and in terms of telling me when you donate which of these topics you want to see me cover next, right? We've got 31% going to what if alt hiss. So yeah, that's at 19% plus 31% would get it to 50%. Hasan gets Destiny calls Hasan a tanky has got 6%. So yeah, it looks like what if alt hist is kind of ahead, despite the fact that it is in third place in the poll. It is in second place in the hearts and minds of the donors. So just let me know when you donate, whether it's super chat, whether it's a membership, whether you are signing up for Patreon or donating on Throne, any of these things, including subs on Twitch, gift subs to other people on Twitch, or even using a Twitch Prime sub for free to get yourself out of that ad break, right? Any of those things count towards the dono goal. And when you do those things, you got to let me know which of these topics is near and dear to your heart, because I am ready, willing, and able to put your money where your mouth is and add your donos as a percentage. Just like Shakespeare is doing now, adding 2% to the dono goal and adding 2% to Rudyard, the Grillin Sicilian, who's now at 33% of a bonus. So that's a lot of bonus. That's a lot of bonus. That's putting what if alt hist and Rudyard. I can't believe the guy's name is Rudyard, but his name is Rudyard. Putting Rudyard in the lead right now. You're horny for coffee now? Did I have that effect? Oh no. I mean, it is a French press, so take it as you may. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make that a double entendre, but I realized for some people it probably was. Let's just do the Hasan content and forget that I said that. Is that a deal, chat? The Hasan tent. I'm too funny. Oh. This is a story, okay? I just want you to know. This is a story. I'm trying to figure out where to start us. Let's start with what Hasan was doing before he got kicked out. Now, I think this was the day before.
We're going to do some serious coverage today, some serious on-the-ground coverage. We're going to venture off, find where the uncommitted delegates are, and we're going to go talk to them about what they're doing and what the DNC has done so far, what this represents. Yeah, hold on. Let me throw this out, and then we'll go. Let's roll. Okay, I see more police presence and also a significant number of media members who are out here interviewing the uncommitted delegates.
Free Palestine! 1, 2, 3, free Palestine! 1, 2, 3, free Palestine!
This is the current uncommitted movement delegate protest. We have Daniel here with the Dig.
I'm the alternate uncommitted delegate, Daniel Denver from Rhode Island, host of the Dig podcast. This is June Rose, who's the uncommitted delegate from Rhode Island. And June has been out here all night alongside other members of the uncommitted delegation, demanding not only, obviously, we want a permanent immediate ceasefire guaranteed by an army.
Now, chat, as far as how this ties in with the bonus content, Destiny made fun of the usage of the word, demand, right? Destiny made fun of Palestinian advocates. That's what we're talking about. He calls Hasan a tanky, but he also, he's dunking on bodies in Palestine, right? It's gross. It's gross, just to let you know what that content is. So that's definitely rage fuel. Mr. Borelli is a piece of shit. Seriously, I had forgotten that because he hadn't had occasion to talk about Palestine in a long time. He was just talking about Trump supporters.
Embargo on Israel, the only way to get a ceasefire is to stop sending.
Wait, I used to be a coffee slut, then I got a kidney stone? Is that related? Now I saved myself. Wait, you could get a kidney stone from coffee? Is he called a tanky because of the tank top? I mean, it could be. That's a good guess, Izzy Sanchez. That's a good guess.
To stop having children in Gaza being killed by American bombs, is to stop sending American bombs. And at the very least, we need to have a Palestinian American up there on the stage at the DNC tonight. For some reason, it's okay to have the family of an Israeli hostage speak, whose pain is very real. The suffering is very real. We don't want any innocent, we don't want any people to die or suffer.
Too much caffeine?
But the fact that there's somehow anyone can go on that stage, basically, except for a Palestinian, is just exemplary of profound anti-Palestinian racism.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and June, comes here from an experience as a Jewish Rhode Islander who spent time in Israel as a child, and I think June has a lot to say about why this is deeply offensive to have a genocide carried out in the name of Jewish.
So anyway, we're looking for the reasons that Hasan was kicked out of the DNC, right? He's here, talking to members of the Uncommitted movement. You can see that his belt is actually a Palestinian flag. He wore that in the convention. And look, he's not the only one. There are actually, from what I understand, a decent amount of DNC delegates that are sympathetic to the Palestinian cause and that want it brought up. However, the party leadership very much does not want it brought up. and is, hostile, to the point where, this perfect speaker that they had to at least show that they at least make some gesture of giving a fuck, right? They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it in the end.
People, it's deeply offensive to all of us as an American to have this being carried out in our name and with.
Yeah, having a pro-Palestinian speaker on for 5 minutes at the DNC was such a small ask. Yeah.
Our tax dollars.
You want to talk about that?
Sure.
Here, you hold it. My arms are starting to get tired.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Okay.
We've been out here all night. I think we're at, 18, 19 hours. Slept a couple hours on this concrete. But we're out here making demands of a party that claims to represent our values of freedom, justice, and equality. But they choose to apply those values to every single issue besides one. When it comes to Gaza, they apply a different set of values. We become the party of death and destruction. For 2/3 of my life, growing up as an Orthodox Jew, I believed that the occupation of Palestine was necessary in order to protect my safety. I believed that Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza needed to be kept in cages and under military occupation to keep my people, the Jewish people, safe. And then I went to Palestine. I met the people. I went to markets in Nablus, living rooms in Ramallah, coffee shops in Bethlehem. I saw the humanity on the other side of the apartheid wall. And I realized that Palestine needs our voices, because I realized that not one child anywhere in the world needs to die in order to keep me safe. I'm here as a reflection of my Jewish values, because growing up as an Orthodox Jew in Jewish day schools, I learned of the Holocaust at a very young age. And when they taught me about the Holocaust, the lesson that I learned was not that we need to be afraid of what's going to happen to the Jewish people. The lesson that I learned was that we need to stand up against bigotry and hatred and genocide no matter who the victim is. And right now it is Palestinians who need our voices as bombs rain down from the sky with our names printed down the side. It's Palestinians who need us standing up for them when they can't stand up for themselves, when they get no place at this convention, a convention that supposedly stands for diversity and representation, but only one ethnic group is left out. I've never seen a DNC where they said no Irish Americans can speak. I don't remember last DNC, they said next time we're going to leave out Italian Americans, they can't speak. We're asking for one Palestinian American. We didn't even say which one. We gave them a list and we'd be happy to give them a bigger list, whatever they need. One Palestinian.
I'm trying to remember what their excuse was. I feel like they tried to blame it on the Uncommitted movement. Like, I feel like they tried to say that there was a attempt to, that they were gonna let somebody on, but that the Uncommitteds had said, like, had disagreed, or there was some fucking excuse that the Democratic Party issued.
American. And they said no. There will be no people from that ethnic group speaking at our convention about human rights and diversity and representation and equality. Where is the justice in that? While bombs rain down from the sky, while 16,000 Palestinian children have been killed in the name of my safety as a Jew, where is the justice in that? It's time for our party to live up to our values, which means an immediate permanent ceasefire, an arms embargo, which means not one more bomb, and a Palestinian.
Here we go. Here's the hashtag.
To tell the stories of pain and suffering this country desperately needs to hear.
That was brilliant. It was beautiful. Thank you.
Why do you think they said no to you?
No, that's a great question. No, that's a great question. She asked, why do you think they said no to you?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Steal my job for me. Sorry.
Some of this is speculation, right? Because we've been making these asks for months. With the DNC, we've been in conversations and negotiations about our asks. And our biggest asks are not about a speaker. Our biggest asks are about policy change to save lives. But we also made some smaller asks. Like, can we just have a Palestinian American speaker share their story? And they said no to that. All they said was, it's a no. That's all they said. So we're left to speculate. And I can tell you from my experience that the reason that I once stood with the Israeli occupation was because I did not see the humanity of Palestinians. And I believe that the powers that be are afraid that if the American people see the Palestinians as human beings who are suffering, who need help, who are living under bombardment, who are living under...
Couldn't focus on Gaza because Pelosi had no sherbet? Was that what she had? I thought it was some kind of really rich and creamy ice cream. It was sherbet? She had the expensive, what is it called, Bluebonnet? The really expensive one?
Famine, with entire generations wiped out, with children killed en masse, then we would be empathetic to that cause, that we would come together around this immediate permanent ceasefire and an arms embargo, that we would see change on this issue. So that perspective scares them, so they shield us from it. It's time for that shield to be lifted so that Palestine can be free.
Thank you, June, so much for your activism and for your words here. We are also we're also going to hear from what's going on, my man.
What's up? How are you?
How are you doing?
Abbas,
You want
nice to meet you.
Abbas, you want to hold this?
Sure.
All right. Abbas, can you tell people who you are, what you're doing out here?
Yes. My name is Abbas. I am a little bit bigger than you.
Yeah, you're a bigger dude than me.
I was trying to be the biggest guy here, and you give me a run for my money, but here we are. My name
Almost.
Is Abbas Alawi. I am an uncommitted delegate from Michigan, which means in the Democratic presidential primary, we mobilized over 101,000 voters in Michigan to vote uncommitted as a way of voting for peace and against war and for Palestinian human rights. We knew that this was important to do precisely because our country's policy right now, the policy that unfortunately the Democratic Party supports, is to continue sending weapons to the Israeli military, that the Israeli military is turning around and using to harm and kill civilians, over 40,000 civilians, over 16,000 children, babies. We know that's deeply immoral. It's also deeply...
Izzy Sanchez says, I'm on the road. Irene, you're on the road to 9K. We need to get over 9,000, though. We need to get over 9,000.
Illegal, it's against international law, it's against US law, and it's deeply unpopular. The majority of Democratic voters want a ceasefire. The majority of Democratic voters want a stop to the unconditional flow of weapons to Netanyahu's government. And so if we are serious about stopping the bombs, if we are serious about reuniting all those held captive, Israeli and Palestinian, with their families, then we've got to stop sending bombs. It's actually pretty straightforward. That's why we're running a campaign called Not Another Bomb. That's why uncommitted delegates are here specifically asking that our party take this issue seriously. And the flood of support that's coming in from members.
So anyway, chat, I would say so far this seems to be a pretty strong candidate for the reason that Hasan was... I just realized I didn't do the things that I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to press this button. I just got really into this conversation. This button, then that button. And even one more of that button. There we go. Jellyfish. Jellyfish, chat. It's jellyfish time. Although it's not jellyfish time if you're watching on shorts. You're missing out on the jellyfish because you just don't have room for them in the shorts picture, but that's okay. You can always come over to the full-scale stream or to the Twitch stream. I'm nocommentchick CC on Twitch if you want to find me there.
Congress for this issue is really important, but there was something really weird that happened yesterday. Like, our policy asks are clear: not another bomb, arms embargo now. We've been pushing those really clearly. And we had like a programmatic ask saying that we want a Palestinian American to speak from the stage. And we thought that was pretty straightforward, especially because the party platform says...
It's very reasonable. I mean, this is like, it's bare minimum in terms of like recognition. Listen, they had a border guy, they had a cop guy, okay? They had multiple Trump supporters, like Republicans. They had Bernie Sanders on, and then they followed Bernie Sanders up with J.B. Pritzker, which is fine, like he's all right, but then he talked about how he's a billionaire. And then they had another billionaire. They had like a corporate Democratic Party donor up there to showcase how big of a tent they have. But it does kind of feel like this tent is big with the exception of Palestinian Americans.
But here's how I feel. I've worked in democratic politics for a while. I'm someone who myself has survived U.S.-funded Israeli bombs. I was a kid in Lebanon in 2006. I was 15. I was certain that my own government's weapons were going to kill me. That I was certain of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, I'm asking that kid inside of me, that 15-year-old, hey, what do you need? We need a ceasefire. And you know who does not support a ceasefire? Not a single, not a single Republican federal official in the country. Not Donald Trump, not any of the members of the House, not any of the senators. None of them support a ceasefire. And this is after. And so, you know, that's where we're at baseline. And so, in the Democratic Party, we know that the majority of Democrats support a ceasefire. The majority of Democrats support a stop to the unconditional flow of weapons to Netanyahu. And so we're just saying, yo, the majority of Democrats support this. Certainly, the overwhelming majority of Palestinian Americans support this. And in a party where we say that we value the lives of everyone equally, we should be able to hear from a Palestinian American. We'd be lucky to hear from a Palestinian American. Palestinian Americans are leaders in every kind of movement you can think of.
Of course.
And we would be lucky to hear from them. And if we don't, if they decide not to, which
The chat is actually calling Hassan an ADHD Andy for looking at his phone. I'm assuming that he's coordinating interviews with multiple people. I think, wait, what does this say? It says 1 day ago. It's hard to tell, chat, when this appeared on stream. But I'm thinking it was either Wednesday or Thursday. And Wednesday would have been his really good chance to interview a whole bunch of people. He ends up doing Chapo along with Truanon instead. And then Thursday was the day that he got them all scheduled and had the place to interview them, but he was thrown out. Yeah, he was going to talk to Ilhan Omar. He was going to talk to Sean Fain, and he was going to talk to AOC. But that all got nixed when he was kicked out of his space.
If you're watching at home, I urge you, tweet at the DNC, tell them we should hear from a Palestinian American speaker, tell them not another bomb, that we need an arms embargo now. But if they decide not to, then it's really their loss.
No, absolutely. Obviously the morality of it is clear if you are, not a soulless, bloodless monster. It's a genocide. It's an apartheid. Even when it's not a genocide, it's still an apartheid. And currently it's both. And beyond the morality of the situation, it also plays well for the Democratic Party's election chances. And all it takes is just a little bit of courage. And there's been a lot of courage in the Democratic Party so far in behaving like a competent party and doing certain things that I, at least in my 10 years of covering the rat race, have never seen from the Democratic Party. Swapping out Joe Biden with Kamala Harris, choosing Tim Walz over the safe choice, which would have been probably Josh Shapiro, in order to lock down Pennsylvania for the Electoral College. These are all good moves that they've made. And obviously, there needs to be a little bit of courage to say that American foreign policy that is continued in this bipartisan manner has to stop. This American foreign policy needs to change in order to even continue the objectives of the American State Department. That's why there's so many State Department officials that have resigned early on in the earlier parts of October, resigning, knowing full well what was about to happen.
That's the thing, chat, is Biden being the president at this particular time in history, during these series of events, it's disastrous. It's disastrous, right? And that's why I had hope for Kamala, is that it kind of felt like anybody but Biden was going to be slightly better. And now that's obviously not true, right? There were a lot of Democrats who attended Netanyahu's speech at the joint session. There were a lot of Democrats who clapped for Netanyahu, right? But for the most part, even somebody like Obama, who, not the best foreign policy on a lot of levels, but at least, had some pressure against Israel in terms of their actions in terms of settlements, right? And Biden, it's just there's no pressure whatsoever.
Urging the American government to create some sort of restraint, some sort of mechanism of restraint, which Joe Biden himself has enforced at different times in 2021. It's just one phone call. But not only is it such a simple ask.
Welcome to Twitch chat song.
Not only is it morally the right thing to do, it also will generate.
Obama canceled. Yo, now that's a great question. The story that I heard was that it was pushed off, but he also said that it could be pushed off in a way to be a polite way of declining. You know what I mean? If somebody pushes something off, and then when you get there, they push it off again until it kind of just it was never there in the first place, right? Yeah, they could be getting cold feet. That's a possibility. But yeah, it was rescheduled. I guess.
A tremendous amount of support from key constituencies in your state, specifically.
Is there really a CNN Politico grill right there? Like, what the fuck is that? Chat, I want to know. The CNN Politico grill that I see behind me, is this something that's set up for the convention? Or is there actually like a CNN Politico grill in Chicago? I could somehow imagine that, right? I feel like I've seen restaurants before where they're like sponsored by some news thing. I feel like that wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, kicking the can down the road is exactly what it kind of seems to be. Obsessive audio.
In other states as well, the blue wall would be impenetrable if this decision was made. There's not a single, and this is something I say all the time, there's not a single person that is a likely Democratic Party voter or in the margins that says, I will only vote for the Democratic Party if Israel continues its genocide and the Democrats follow through on it. There are people like that. There are single issue voters like that, but they live in the Deep South. They're evangelical Zionists. They're the most rabid of the individuals in this country that are like actively almost single issue voters on that front, right? But they're not voting for the Democratic Party. There are, however, people, plenty of people, hundreds of thousands of people, and in very important states that say, I will not vote for the Democratic Party unless they put an end to the genocide of my people, unless they put an end to the unlimited weapons transfers, unless they restrain Israel. It doesn't make any sense to me because I've never seen a situation where it's like, it's such an obvious win-win. Like, I can't believe we're talking about it on these boundaries because we're talking about genocide, right? But even then, if you want to make this bloodless political calculation, it's still right there. So,
I mean, here's the situation.
It's unconscionable.
Yeah, and here's the situation. As awful and as ungodly as the situation is right now, based on what we are what we are witnessing and what we are reading, Donald Trump has plans to make this a lot worse too. It's hard to imagine that it could get worse, but if you listen to what Donald Trump is saying, he says we should genocide faster, essentially.
Yeah.
He says we should fully annex the West Bank. He says he wants his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to get $1 million condos on Gaza Beach.
I feel like his words were something to the effect of Israel needs to take care of business, right? Like they need to finish their business. Trump is a monster.
Permanently displaced Palestinians, put a couple more dollars in his pocket. It's messed up. And so we think we have an opportunity. Vice President Harris has an opportunity to tell us proactively how she will be different than Trump on this issue. And I think that can help us rebuild that trust with those voters for whom...
Since we're doing the main content...
Palestinian human rights is a top policy issue.
Yeah. And I do.
Let's consolidate into one chat. Let's consolidate into full scale.
Thing that you factored in potentially, but like from the perspective of the Democratic Party's like election chances, it's not just about the uncommitted voters. It's not just about people who are like, this is my single issue. This is my family, right? My family's being slaughtered. Of course, I want to put an end to that. It's with my tax dollars. But beyond that, you're also leaving on the table in a relatively close election, like the mood in there, you've been in there, the mood in there is crazy. It's ecstatic. Everybody thinks like, oh, it's over. It's done.
Chad, was it just me, or did it feel like the mood changed? I don't know. Maybe it's just my reaction to the speech by Kamala Harris. But I didn't like the vibes on Thursday. I really didn't. Anybody else get that?
Right?
We can't sweep this issue under the rug, though.
And no, exactly. And I do get this attitude that, like, there are people that are obviously pro-Palestine in there, right? There are obviously people who are in favor of a ceasefire. Yeah. They represent the majority of Americans, the overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party's voter base.
That's right.
Right? But beyond that, there's this attitude where this is like, oh, you guys are the spoilers. You're like spoiling the fun that we're having in there. And two things come to mind. One, I feel that anger.
Yeah, there was a lot of disrespect, actually, towards the protesters from the just unnecessary from delegates, from obviously party officials.
Me, obviously, because it's ridiculous. But the other thing is, I don't think people should be this excited this early on. I don't think that leaving someone who is unstable, selfish, and has demonstrated his willingness to continue this war for his own personal